All right, welcome back. The next item for discussion is item number 14, employer and employee retirement contributions rate for fiscal year 2023-2024, and I'm going to turn it over to Ebony.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman, and thank you, Supervisor Anderson, for pulling this item from the consent calendar. This is an annual item that we come forward with that your board is required to take action on to adopt the employer contribution rates for the retirement fund, but there's significant volatility in the market right now due to economic conditions. And it is impacting our outlook for retirement costs, and it is, of course, a significant cost driver for us as an organization. And very important because it is a promise that we made to our employees and retirees as it relates to benefits, and we intend to keep that promise, which means that we have to plan for these changes as they come about and plan for that risk associated with cost increases. So with me today, I'd like to introduce the county's budget director, Damian Quinn. He and I work very closely together in monitoring retirement costs and planning for these risks, and he is going to present the item before your board today. Go ahead, Damian.
All right, thanks, Eb. So good afternoon, Chair Vargas and members of the board. We're here to discuss contributions to the retirement fund in fiscal year 2023-24. California Government Code requires the Board of Supervisors to adjust the county's retirement contribution rates for both employer and employees annually based on the recommendations of the Board of Retirement of the San Diego County Employees Retirement Association, also known as SDSARA. Recommended contribution rates for the upcoming fiscal year 2023-24 were calculated by SDSARA's actuary, the Siegel Group, and were approved by the SDSARA Board at their November 17, 2022 meeting. The next slide looks a little more closely at that action. The recommended contribution rates were approved as part of SDSARA's actuary evaluation of 2022, which analyzes the funding status of the retirement fund and sets the retirement funding requirements for the board to consider as part of the county's upcoming budget cycle. The valuation determines the county's estimated contribution through analysis of the retirement fund's assets, contributions received, investments, and other experience compared to estimates of the current and future costs of the retirement benefits. The valuation is based on economic and demographic assumptions, including future investment returns of the retirement fund, inflation, and life expectancy of employees and retirees, among other assumptions. This slide presents a few key metrics that we compare from year to year, including the unfunded liability, the funded ratio, which reports the percentage of the retirement fund's assets compared to its liabilities, and employer and employee contribution rates and the employer amount. Each of the indicators on this slide are moving in the wrong direction and require monitoring. The figures reflects the changes to assumptions, notably the lowering of the retirement fund's assumed rate of future investment return from 7% to 6.5%. This had a significant impact on the fund and the county's required contributions. This is a key metric that we monitor very closely because if the fund doesn't meet this earnings target, the unfunded liability will increase. Paying down that unfunded liability falls completely on us as the employer. Gains and losses are smoothed in over a 5-year period, so the impacts from last year's market losses will be phased in over the next 5 years starting next year. The assumption changes were the primary factor that influenced the average employer contribution rate to just over 51%, which was approved by the SDSARA board and recommended for adoption by your board. On this slide, as a result, the anticipated contribution amounts for all employers are increasing by approximately $117 million to $773 million. The total cost of retirement, including pension obligation bond debt service, is estimated at $854 million as displayed on this chart for fiscal year 23-24. We currently estimate employer contributions to peak in fiscal year 25-26 at $954 million. This could change if the assumed rate of return is not met, which is a risk due to the current market volatility. As noted on the previous slide, the unfunded liability increased by $1.1 billion to $4.78 billion. Because the liabilities of the retirement fund grew, the funded ratio also decreased to just under 77%, compared to industry best practice of about 80%. These significant unavoidable cost increases have been incorporated into the county's long-term financial planning efforts, and we will continue to update your board on the performance of the fund and anticipated fiscal impacts. Today's recommendation is for the board to adopt the retirement contribution rates for fiscal year 23-24 as approved by SD Sarah. If approved by your board, the coming year's operational plan will include the associated contributions to the retirement fund. Subject to your questions, this concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Supervisor Anderson?
Thank you very much. I appreciate the report. So, as we go through this, we haven't done anything wrong. We're fully funding, but because we didn't get the return on our investment that we anticipated, or is it that we didn't, or we set the new return of what we anticipate getting forward, we had to backfill it with more principal. Is that, am I saying it right? Is that correct?
You are correct in that there was nothing done wrong on behalf of the county or on the retirement board as it relates to managing the fund. They have an investment allocation strategy that they use to guide the fund that drives their targeted investment level, and market volatility inherently, we make plans and it changes those, right? So those are things that they couldn't anticipate in terms of market volatility. However, as it relates to the assumption change here, the actuary looks at long-term performance of the fund and does a triannual review and makes recommendations to adjust either economic factors or demographic factors and assumptions that are used in building out the future cost of the benefit. So in this instance, there was an adjustment from 7% to 6.5% to take into account the results of the triannual.
Because they look at past performance as they project forward, there's a smoothing factor. So we're not just reacting to this moment in time, but we're reacting to a longer period of time. So we're not erratically moving through. There's a smoothing factor. Is that correct?
That's correct in two ways, in that the actuary does take a long-term view when it sets the assumptions for earnings of the fund, the earnings target. So it looks long-term at the market and says, okay, well, what should we assume those assumptions should be so that we're not yo-yoing, if you will, in terms of that target. And then actual performance itself, whether it's gains or losses, are smoothed in over a 5-year period so that we don't see an immediate spike up, if you will, in 1 year as a result of losses, but they will be smoothed in over 5 years.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to move the item.
Happy to second, and I think it's important to emphasize that this is something that, so SD Sarah obviously vetted it, and the recommendations are made with that in mind. And so, fortunately, the market did really well, and then it didn't. And so I think that's the biggest challenge that we have, but I think it's important to recognize that as we're moving forward and we're making our budget decisions, that we take this into account, because it will have an ultimate impact in all of our work that we're doing moving forward with salaries and benefits, et cetera, et cetera.
That's exactly what I was hoping you would understand. So you nailed it. So thank you. That's exactly right. So this went up more than we anticipated. We're dealing with it. We will be dealing with it in the budget. So thank you, Chairwoman, and thank you, Supervisor Anderson, for the questions. And you will see that one slide. We color-coded it yellow. We're not red.
Yeah.
We're not red, but we are yellow. It's a very cautionary tale, and the cost of retirement is going up, as you would see. So thank you very much.
But an important tool for retention and for our employees, because it's I think one of the great benefits of working for the county. With that, we're going to go ahead and turn it over to public comment.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 5 requests to speak on item 14, 3 in person and 2 requesting to speak by phone. Also note that we did not receive any e-comments on this item. Any members of the public that requested to speak on item 14 by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. All speakers are in opposition to this item. As your name is called, please come forward. Paul Henkin, Mark, and Audra, you'll have 2 minutes to address the board, and I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record.
Mark, well, it doesn't take a lot to see that while the public never has their pay go up for the most part, you guys are making damn sure that your salaries are covered for your retirement. It reminds me of the Donna Fry thing years ago, where they were just making incredible retirement benefits and salaries for themselves. So this is nothing unusual, the usual corporate oligarchy. You guys aren't helping the public like this at all, of course. Just watching them completely just sink in inflation beyond belief. Things have tripled and quadrupled. But we're all glad you'll be okay while the janitors here do all the real work and you guys wear suits and screw us over all day long. I wish one of them was in charge. They do a better job.
Next speaker, please.
Yeah. Hi, Paul Hinken here. I didn't really mean to speak on this, sort of a mistake, I guess. But I noticed that the average employee contribution in 2022 was 12% or so, which 12.4, I think, which is way more than inflation. And must be squeezing your employees pretty big. And I'm glad to see that the employer contribution was a fairly generous 51%. I hope that's true, but anyway. So that's pretty much what I have to say. Thanks for listening.
Next speaker, please.
You know my name, I use the pronouns cricket, worm, flies. It's interesting you're using a New York company for this, but whatever, nothing to see there. And I love how you're trying to determine how people should spend their money. But also, it's interesting that people can lose their jobs from your policies, and you're using this because you said this benefits pension plans for permanent employees, right? And so for the people that can no longer work because of the policies, screw them. But this benefits will help ensure the county can compete to attract and retain an appropriately sized, skilled, and diverse workforce to design and implement policies, programs, and services that ensure equitable and sustainable opportunities. What? Is that good coffee, Nathan? Looks really warm. It's just interesting that you guys, you know, it seems nice and all, but you're basically dictating what people have to pay towards something, and it's all to make you look better so that you can hire more people. Well, maybe if you didn't have certain policies in play, you would have a bigger workforce. Instead, you're constantly needing to hire new people. Wonder why? Wonder why. It has nothing to do with your policies, right? Right. Like I said, if you guys actually were helping people, what you offered looks so good. It looks so great, and it seems warm and fuzzy. Yes, I have a few seconds left, Andrew. It's okay. You're just counting down the minutes, seconds. Oh my gosh, get her out of here. But if you guys actually did something to help people, San Diego could actually be really amazing, yet it's not.
Now we'll hear from those that requested to speak by phone. When it is your turn to speak, you'll be unmuted, and you'll hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I'd remind the callers they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. We'll start with our first caller. Our first caller, Kathleen Lippett, your device might be muted. We'll come back to that caller.
This is true. Shout out to nobody, because they give time for items that nobody cares about. But you're right, Damien. Everything's going the wrong direction. So on this useless item, it sounds like the county number crunchers have gotten things wrong again. The item admits that there was a, quote, reduction of the future assumed rate of return on the retirement fund's investments from 7% to 6.5%, as well as greater than expected cost of living adjustment, end quote. You're telling me that the overpaid county number crunchers couldn't even see the overt and intentional inflation we're all being crushed under? What kind of paychecks do they make so they can hire someone to shop for them that they have never seen the increasing prices at the grocery store like the rest of us? Their expensive flub will cost the county taxpayers $718.6 million. Another interesting point is that the Board of Retirement's actuary is the Siegel Group, which pushes diversity, equity, and inclusion propaganda on their companies, as well as celebrating pride. Isn't that wonderful? That's more important than working with people that can see the writing on the wall like the rest of us. But why is there such inflation? Because these supervisors accepted the federal Biden inflation debt dollars via American Destruction Plan Act bribes. It almost seems like you supervisors have a suicide pact or something. Or at least I think that's what Governor Newsom would call it. And just for the record, during your State of the County address, Nora, one of the singers in the gay men's chorus was seriously off-key, and he really butchered the Star-Spangled Banner, truth be told. Just the same way you supervisors butcher the county with these expensive and often traitorous items. Is fronteriza another way to say traitor? I really wonder.
Thank you. We'll go back to the last caller.
Good afternoon. This is Kathleen Lippett. I just would like to point out that having defined benefits is not something that the public is allowed to have. And it isn't fair that we are forced into gambling in the stock market. And if we lose, we lose. But if you lose, you get defined benefits and the taxpayers get to make up the difference. And that is hardly an equitable policy. Also, I'd like to point out that I thank Supervisor Lawson-Remer for recognizing the importance of a laser focus on data and evidence. But it isn't enough to articulate those words. They should be reflected in the policies the county adopts and promotes. It defies credulity that the county claims to be concerned about mental illness and homelessness, yet adopts a policy to increase the availability, promotion, manufacturing, use of high-potency marijuana, the same drug that begins the journey of addiction for those who become homeless or mentally ill. Concern expressed for fentanyl overdose cannot be seriously considered when marijuana is the most commonly used drug that leads to fentanyl overdose and paradoxically is endorsed and promoted in the county. Concern for treating PTSD among veterans is not serious when the drug addiction experts report that marijuana use makes their outcomes. They do not do well with marijuana and they become more violent. It may cover up their symptoms, but it does not treat their underlying conditions that led to having post-traumatic stress disorder. The policies that you endorse for caring about environmental concerns are also undermined by allowing large-scale solar and large-scale windmills kill.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. That concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second, and just a reminder to callers and to members of the public who are joining us today and want to speak, please make sure you are speaking to the item that is before you, and if not, you should have been able to get a request to speak, and we will be hearing those folks at the end of the meeting today. So with that, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
Okay. The next item that we're going to be discussing is item number 17, regional adoption of the 2023 multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan. I'm going to let the team settle, and then I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to Jeff Toney and his team for the presentation.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Vargas and members of the board. As you know, San Diego County faces numerous risks, including wildfires, flooding, pandemics. We've had an oil spill, infrastructure failures, and even a tsunami in the past few years. According to FEMA's Natural Hazard Risk Index, San Diego County ranks 16th among 3,142 counties nationwide for vulnerability to natural disasters. But investments made by your board over the years in staffing, resources, equipment, and technology have made our county a national leader in all phases of emergency management. Today, we focus on the mitigation phase, and we're pleased to present to the board the county's 2023 multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan. This document serves as the regional plan that analyzes our natural and human-caused hazards and risks, along with mitigation actions for the county and the 18 cities that can reduce impacts to our communities. With me today is Director of the Office of Emergency Services, Jeff Toney, who will provide a more in-depth overview of the hazard mitigation plan. Jeff?
Thank you, Holly. The Federal Disaster Mitigation Act requires all jurisdictions to have a FEMA-approved hazard mitigation plan to qualify for hazard mitigation program grants, flood mitigation assistance, and public assistance recovery funds. Having a local mitigation plan helps reduce natural and human-caused disaster impacts, such as loss of life and property, and is required for federal non-emergency assistance provided under the Stafford Act. The 2023 County of San Diego's multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan meets these requirements through identification and assessment of risks related to disasters, implementation of adequate measures to reduce losses, and by strengthening critical infrastructure, facilities, and services for increased resilience before and after disasters. The Office of Emergency Services is responsible for updating the hazard mitigation plan every 5 years, and it was last regionally adopted in 2018. Local counties have the option to produce their own hazard mitigation plan or to create a multi-jurisdictional plan. Due to our long-standing commitment to regional disaster planning, the county takes a multi-jurisdictional approach. This plan is considered the unincorporated county's base plan, and all 18 city jurisdictions develop their own individual plans or annexes attached to the base plan, making it an inclusive regional plan. Over 100 planning participants collaborated on the plan, including county departments, all 18 city jurisdictions, and other special districts such as the Port of San Diego, water districts, and fire protection districts. We would also like to thank Scripps Institution of Oceanography, the Air Pollution Control District, the Unified Disaster Council, the Governor's Office of Emergency Services, and FEMA for their contributions and feedback. The updated planning process OES implemented in the county's base plan and planning partners implemented within their annexes align directly with FEMA planning principles. The planning team followed the procedures, instruction, and 9 tasks outlined in the FEMA Local Mitigation Planning Handbook, pictured on this slide, to ensure we were meeting requirements every step of the update process. The planning team also discussed and accounted for plan alignment with existing resources such as the county strategic plan, emergency plans, the climate action plan, and the safety element portion of the general plan. Overall, the county's planning team held over 50 meetings with internal and external partners, driving a collaborative and effective regional planning process. The plan was also updated to reflect new hazard and economic data, changes in policies and legislation, and lessons learned from recent disasters. County OES also ensured the plan complies with all state and federal requirements in order to be eligible for state and federal funding related to disaster mitigation and recovery. Another important step in the planning process was community engagement. County OES's 5-year community engagement strategy provided multiple ways and opportunities for the public to provide input. A hazard mitigation webpage was developed and published before 2018 to provide the public with information and methods to provide feedback, such as the dedicated hazard mitigation email address that is checked daily by OES staff for any public questions and/or feedback. Also, as part of FEMA's Emergency and Hazard Mitigation Plan update requirements, OES conducted a community engagement survey to identify region-wide threats and to help support personal disaster preparedness. The survey was provided to the public in 6 threshold languages at the time and was advertised by the County Communications Office, on the OES website, and our social media accounts. OES also shared the community engagement survey via the Partner Relay, Diversity and Inclusion Champions, Employee Resource Groups, Human Relations Commission, and the Persons with Disabilities Committee. OES received 500 survey responses and held an online public forum to review the results. Our public forum also complies with Senate Bill 160 that requires counties to provide a forum for engagement in culturally and geographically diverse communities within its jurisdiction. The community feedback was incorporated into the plan's hazard rankings and goals, objectives, and action sections, which are future mitigation activities the planning team will work to accomplish with available resources. This graph represents key findings from our community engagement survey. We asked the public what they viewed as their highest threat to their community. Overall, the top 5 threats identified were fire, earthquake, climate change, drought, and extreme heat. Fire was identified as the highest threat at 49%, and earthquake came in second at 23%. Climate change, drought, and extreme heat range between 4% and 6% of the responses. These results help the planning team apply overall significance ratings to hazards when completing the plan's vulnerability assessment section. This feedback also helped the planning team determine priority future projects to mitigate those hazards and vulnerabilities. A key component in updating the plan is to identify mitigation goals, objectives, and actions that help guide strategic investments in mitigating potential consequences from local hazards. This strategy uses the SMART goal method, beginning with generic goals and ending in specific prioritized actions that list the department responsible for the project, potential funding source, implementation timeline, and hazards addressed. Some project examples include protecting critical infrastructure and consistent enforcement of general plans, zoning ordinances, and building codes. These efforts will help lessen risk from hazards such as wildfires and earthquakes and make our region more resilient. Public education and awareness of local hazards and actions is also critical for local resilience. Using FEMA's whole community approach, identifying locations to invest mitigation funds, especially those who have experienced severe repetitive losses, will strengthen those communities. A current example of these efforts is the home hardening pilot program led by County Fire in the communities of Dulzura, Potrero, and Campo. We support the expansion of this program in coming years. Regional adoption of this plan means adopting the unincorporated county-based plan with the acknowledgement that County OES also led the plan update efforts for multiple jurisdictions within San Diego County, including incorporated cities. It should be noted that the Unified Disaster Council voted on and approved this plan's update processes during the October 20th council meeting. After this plan is regionally adopted by the board, all eligible participating cities and special districts may locally adopt their annexes through their city councils or governing bodies, then apply for hazard mitigation grants to fund mitigation projects. County OES will ensure plan updates every 5 years and continue to provide guidance to our partners by creating and sharing a detailed 5-year update cycle. I will now turn the presentation back over to Holly.
Today, we're asking the board to adopt a resolution of the County of San Diego, which adopts the 2023 San Diego County Multi-Jurisdictional Hazard Mitigation Plan. And regional adoption of the plan will enable the county, the 18 cities, and the planning participants to maintain eligibility for federal mitigation and recovery funding and help the region minimize risk and lessen the impacts to local hazards. We'd like to thank all of the stakeholders, including emergency managers from the cities throughout the County of San Diego, for their time and contributions to the plan update. And this concludes our presentation, subject to your questions.
I'm going to go ahead and ask for public comment, and then we can have a discussion.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 6 requests to speak on this item, 4 in person and 2 requesting to speak by phone. Also note that we received 1 e-comment in favor. Any members of the public that requested to speak on item 17 by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, starting with the individual in favor, followed by the individuals in opposition. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against East Wallander the Murillos until it is your turn to speak. I'd like to invite forward Catherine Rhodes, followed by Audra, Mark, and Paul Hankin. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board, and I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record.
Wonderful. This is Catherine Rhodes, and I wanted to show you the earthquake in Turkey, because people here think that if we had an earthquake here, we're safe because we have building codes. That's not true. Not at all. We don't have building codes. Specifically, we don't have them for areas of liquefiable soils in the Midway area, Navor, here adjacent the county building, the airport. And so the Earthquake Engineering Research Institute estimated that there's going to be $38 billion worth of damage in San Diego on our liquefiable soils that I keep on telling you about. They've been doing these studies, and so if we had an earthquake here, people would say, oh my God, look at all these destroyed things. Why? The reason why is very simple. There used to be standards. The standards were 2 levels of basements under each project in liquefiable areas. We had a standard. The port took the standard out because people said, no, we don't want to do that. In fact, a really good example of this would be over in Pacific Highway and Broadway. There's a parking structure there. They have that on piles. All for the Midway Rising for the city of San Diego, they plan to put that on piles. The solution, this building was built properly. It's called a bathtub foundation. What you do is you dig all the way down till you hit the good formational material, you embed your foundations in it, you build up from that. That gets rid of your liquefiable soils. It gets rid of your hazards. We don't have any type, so what I would like for the county to do is actually create a standard for build high-rise buildings on liquefiable soils. Tell them, try to get rid of all your liquefiable soils and embed it into good formation material so we're not building on shifting sands. It literally says in the Bible, only fools build on shifting sands. That's what we do here in San Diego. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Paul Henkin. Hi. Do not involve Sandag in this. We do not need to worry about crazy ideas like a trolley into TJ, driverless cars, buildings without setbacks, streets with inadequate sunlight, and so on. And it would be nice if Sandag actually fixed long-standing flooding problems, such as the road into Fashion Valley, and potholes and dirt roads which need paving instead. Nora, have you told them? I appreciate all the effort that went into this plan. However, as I read your list of resources, the city descriptions seem to be more like a travel brochure, and the section was short on actual resources. It's great that you identify the planners by title and office. It would be nice to give contact info so it is all in one place. The water districts should participate in the National Flood Insurance Program on pages A69 to 71, because that is where many floods begin. And it is disturbing that the risk assessment section says, quote, while many of the mitigation measures listed in the original plan and revision were accomplished, the risk of the hazard did not significantly diminish, unquote. Hello? Do you review monthly whether the risks still exist and what should be done further to minimize them? Or do you just check the box? It's sort of like the homeless problem, lots of talk, but
Thank you. Next
anyway.
speaker, please.
Mark, this is the most total lie ever. It's Agenda 21. They keep changing the name to mislead you. Sustenance, the Green New Deal, a UN plan. They don't care about your sovereignty. They don't care about you. The WEF, global corporations that want to rule the world, period. And we're in their way. We're the biggest thing in their way. Americans thinking they're free or that they could rule their own existence. Look at what they think are big hazards. Let's see, structural wildfires. Well, wood doesn't burn until 660 degrees, so obviously people are setting the wildfires. And the globalists are the ones who have the main interest in that. They say openly in the UN agenda that they want people out of the rural areas. Of course, they want them in the cities where they can control them. A lot like Hunger Games, if you guys ever saw that movie. They don't have any private vehicles. She's just sort of trapped there. She's not supposed to go into the wildlife areas. There's actually a story recently on the news about how we're a threat to the wildlife, and that's going to be their new scam. All of this is a scam. Earthquakes, about 40, 50 years ago, a general said the country that controls weather will have the greatest weapon ever, and we're just about 2 or 3 years ahead of schedule on getting that. Before 2025. They can make earthquakes. They can make storms stronger. They can make them stay in place and do damage like many of the typhoons have done back east. Drought, they have primal water. We've got plenty of water. It's a renewable source. They're not telling you about that. They've literally poisoned lots of our underground water intentionally to cause drought, and so they can charge us more and make money while they screw us. They don't want America to succeed. They do want us to fail. Globalists want to take over. The founding fathers said they always would. They warned against big government. This is beyond big government. The world has never seen government like this. You guys better listen fucking up. We are losing America.
Next speaker, please.
You know my name. I use the pronouns girl, boy, squirrels. It's good. I feel like this should have gone with number 18, because you're using FEMA for that. But your idea is that you want to identify risks and ways to minimize damage and loss of life and property from natural and human-caused disasters. We have domestic terrorism going on in this nation. And, it's like you want to talk about that and you're saying, this will reduce impacts, loss of life and property, allow the unincorporated to continue to submit applications for hazardous mitigation grants and remain eligible for public assistance funds before they expire February 20th. So it looks like a money grab to me. Like, if we don't do this now, we're going to lose that money, right? Like, that money won't go in your bank account, Jim, right? Right, because it's going to expire. So as long as we bring this forward now, we can pretend like we're actually going to do something, but we have to add climate change to that. And if we actually cared about what was going on, why are we giving people sewer water? Because that's the only water available, right? I mean, because water's not being diverted. People can't drill for water and have it be fresh. That would be stupid. Let's drink shit and piss. I mean, because that makes sense. And then it's like chemtrails. I mean, why would we want to make sure that people's air that they're breathing is good? And why would we not want to make sure that a bioweapon isn't being introduced into people and making them create it throughout their entire body? But yet, let's talk about bringing in these funds to, save lives and stuff. I mean, if you guys were for real, you would address the actual things that you're doing to cause destruction to San Diego.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the individual that requested to speak by phone.
Truth? Did anyone else read the item's 337-page book and attachment A before speaking on it or voting on it? No, just me, right? The Disaster Mitigation Act requires a FEMA-approved whole community approach plan to qualify for the federal Get Dollar Money Bucket. A 337-page document called the Multi-Jurisdictional Hazard Mitigation Plan, admittedly operating illegally outside a proper jurisdiction and dishing out public assistance bribes. The plan includes a 5-year plan, just like in every communist country. UCSC scripts provided climate change cult propaganda for public schools, open space and wetlands preservation, property acquisition, and environmental corridors, just like in the United Nations Agenda 21 plan. It also says ridiculous things like, quote, climate change events highly likely, 90 to 100% probability in the next year. And pandemic disease, probability of future events, occasional, end quote. A question I have is, how does the Hazardous Incident Response Team work with the Sustainability Planning Division, who pushes things like electric cars, when HURT warns of electric cars catching on fire because of the toxic lithium batteries? Get this. The Unified Disaster Council invites to their meetings corrupt agencies such as DHS, Cox, and SDG&E. This item's public forum feedback survey had only 500 respondents, almost 60% from only North County. The Stapley evaluation criteria said, quote, political. Is there overall public support for the mitigation action? Local champion. Is there a strong advocate? End quote. No hidden agenda there. This item means FEMA's in charge of the county, and you supervisors are useless, idiot, stooge minions we don't need. You've literally made yourselves apparatchiks. Sidurak. No again. Powered by pizza. That's how I'm able to read these 330.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. That concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you to the team for such thorough work. I have one question. I'm happy to make a motion, and I'll turn it over to my colleagues in a second. But it was a very thorough report, but I'm just wondering, I may have missed it, particularly how we make sure that our disability community is included in the process. I know that when we did our plan specifically for like Southwestern College, there was a lot of work that we had to do, make sure that certain buses were available, that certain, so that folks that may have a disability are not getting stuck during an emergency circumstance. So I'm not sure if it's in there. I might have missed it, so I just want to make sure that that is part of the plan.
Yes, Chairwoman Vargas, great question. Absolutely. We have a access and functional needs working group that is involved in all of our emergency planning. Okay. So they were definitely involved in this. And to your point on evacuations with persons with disabilities, we recently have an as-needed contract with a local ambulance provider that we have used and can use in emergencies.
Okay, thank you for that. And then I know, Holly, I know that you and I had chatted before about Imperial Beach and Coronado and Palm Avenue, and I know there might be some other spaces where that's also still a challenge. Just want to make sure that that is, I know that there's a plan in place and that seems to be that there's good discussion happening between the cities, but I just want to make sure that that is happening in terms of evacuations and the impact that it may have for that particular area, because there's only one way in and out on that other end.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. Yes, geography is a definite challenge with Coronado and the Strand. And Jeff, as part of the Unified Disaster Council, works collaboratively with the cities, alert and warning being of particular interest, so that people get the message and know what the instructions are from public officials. In the event of something like a near-source tsunami, you'd have a lot less time to get out than another event that you may have a greater amount of time. So they look at things from vertical evacuation to actually fleeing and where you might go. But there's active work going on around evacuations with fire as part of the safety element of the general plan. So quite a bit of activity around evacuation planning in the coming year to 2 year span with the cities involved.
Thank you. Vice Chair Lawson-Remer?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank our team. I know this is a lot of coordination and outreach, and it's really vital that we have a plan for when we have an emergency. And I know that as we face increasing climate risks and climate threats and instability from those kinds of sources, that we're looking not only at the fires that have long threatened our region, but flooding and other kinds of disasters. So I just, more than ever, this is really important that we get this right. So thank you.
All right. So we have a motion and a second. Seeing no other discussion, go ahead and vote.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
Thank you. Thank you for all the work. The next item on the agenda is item 20. This is the adopting the resolutions for applications to and acceptance of the Permanent Local Housing Allocation Program Grant, Pro Housing Initiative Pilot Program Grant, and the CalHome Program Grant, authorized allocation of funds for the Kettner Crossing Affordable Housing Development, and approve exploration of opportunities to fund the Innovative Housing Trust Fund. I found a way to be able to give you a chance to put the panel together.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas and members of the board. You know, it was both exciting and abundantly clear from last week's State of the County address by Chairwoman Vargas that this board understands and supports housing as health. It prioritizes efforts that creates healthy, safe, and thriving communities by increasing the inventory of county-funded affordable housing. Our impact, your impact, is far-reaching. Last year, thanks to the efforts of this board, the county provided new affordable housing units for 1,151 San Diegans in our county. This includes seniors, families, veterans, and people experiencing homelessness. Very importantly, this work is advancing also your framework for ending homelessness through permanent housing and support, as well as through root cause and upstream prevention. Later in the presentation, David Estrella will discuss our broader impact across numerous housing interventions. But significant progress has been made serving over 44,000 San Diegans annually through our Department of Housing and Community Development Services. But significant work remains. For some perspective, in order to meet the goal by your board set last October to produce 10,000 units by 2030, the estimated total cost from all sources is nearly $5 billion. Each development, and often individual units in development, require federal sources of funding, federal, state, local, and sometimes private. The average unit cost for affordable housing developments has increased dramatically over the past 5 years. In 2017, for example, the average unit cost of developments funded by the county was approximately $430,000, while in 2022, that average cost now is $612,000. It takes many years for developments to go from concept to completion, and if we're not providing funding for affordable housing development on a consistent basis, the pipeline of housing will be depleted, breaking the steady stream of successes we've already been experiencing. If the pipeline goes empty, it will take several years to build up and resume the stream of results. So today, we're very excited to bring forward concrete opportunities to advance our affordable housing goals. The recommendations fall in 3 categories. First is the set of actions that leverage millions of dollars of new and existing state funds for new development, as well as for first-time home buyers. Second is an immediate opportunity for us to provide gap funding for development already in progress on county excess property for low-income seniors. And third is an opportunity to explore expansion of our Innovative Housing Trust Fund, which has become one of our primary drivers for new affordable housing. David Estrella, our Director for Housing and Community Development Services, and Kelly Sammons, his Deputy Director, is here to provide further details on this item. David?
Good afternoon. Today we're seeking authorizations from your board related to 3 different funding opportunities available from the state. The Permanent Local Housing Allocation, or PLHA, is a program that provides ongoing funding to local governments for programs and projects that address unmet housing needs. PLHA is funded by a $75 recording fee on all real estate document recordings. The state has updated their resolution templates, which requires an updated authorizing resolution in order to remain consistent with the template changes. We're also seeking authorization to apply for the Pro Housing Incentive Pilot Program, or PIP. This is a new funding opportunity which incentivizes cities and counties to apply for and obtain a pro-housing designation from the state. Your board voted to authorize staff to submit the pro-housing designation application at the December 22 Let's Talk Housing workshop, which makes the county eligible to apply for these funds. If awarded the pro-housing designation by the state, the county would become eligible to apply for up to $2.5 million for the PIP program, which will be used for development and/or preservation of multifamily affordable housing. Finally, we are seeking authorization from your board to apply for $2 million through the Cal Home program. These resources will complement the county's current down payment and closing cost assistance program for first-time homebuyers. If approved, these funds will assist approximately 20 to 25 additional households so they can realize their dreams of homeownership and thus creating generational wealth. I'll now turn it over to Kelly.
Thank you, David. In addition to seeking funding, available funding opportunities like the ones discussed today, the county continues to spur affordable housing region-wide through other various efforts, including the reimagining of surplus county properties. This slide shows a rendering of what will be soon to be Kettner Crossings, a 64-unit development for low-income seniors located on county surplus property at 1556 Kettner Boulevard in downtown San Diego. Over the course of the development's lifetime, it will become home to over 600 seniors. Kettner Crossing will pursue the silver level of the U.S. Green Building Council's LEED rating system. Sustainability features like walkability, proximity to a major trolley stop, and basic amenities, building materials, low-emitting plant sealants and flooring, low-flow water fixtures, LED lighting, solar hot water, and other amenities have been taken into consideration for this housing development. Additionally, Kettner Crossing will also partner with serving seniors to offer residents with case management, medical case management, and enrichment programs will be offered on site. Serving seniors will also provide a resident services coordinator dedicated to supporting the seniors residing at the development. Due to the uncertainty of the housing market, a rise in interest rates, supply chain delays, and labor shortages, this development is experiencing a gap in funding. The county, in partnership with the San Diego Foundation, is looking at creative financing opportunities to fill this gap. This includes the county providing an additional $3.3 million and the San Diego Foundation providing $2 million in funding. Kettner Crossing is just the first of many successes coming from your board's recent action directing staff to partner with the San Diego Foundation to increase affordable housing on publicly owned land. The San Diego Foundation is currently in preliminary discussions with the selected developers for 3 other county-owned properties, exploring funding opportunities from the San Diego Foundation's Regional Housing Impact Fund. Additionally, county staff will be returning to your board later this year, recommending additional sites be declared surplus, and we will then collaborate with the San Diego Foundation on these future developments as well. Through these and other efforts, the San Diego Foundation will play a critical role in unlocking publicly owned land and moving the region closer to the 10,000 units of affordable housing by 2030. I will now pass it back to David.
Since its creation in 2017, the Innovative Housing Trust Fund, or IHTF, has awarded over $70 million to 25 affordable housing developments throughout San Diego County. Of these 25 developments, 10 have already completed construction, including 3 that were completed in 2022. An additional 10 developments are currently under construction, and 6 have been awarded IHTF funds and are slated for future development. In total, these most recent units will become safe, affordable housing homes for nearly 24,000 people over the course of the development's lifetime. All available funding through the IHTF has been awarded to developments, and as Nick mentioned earlier, without further investment, we will start seeing a decrease in the pipeline of developments coming online. Without a flexible regional funding source like the IHTF, current and future investments in housing must rely on available state and federal funding, which is limited to specific jurisdictions dictated by the funding source. Today's actions request that the board direct the Chief Administrative Officer to explore opportunities to fund the Innovative Housing Trust Fund so the county can continue supporting the development of affordable housing throughout the region. Further investment in the trust fund will ensure the county is able to continue making gains toward the regional goal of 10,000 units by 2030. The Innovative Housing Trust Fund is just one piece of the county's funding puzzle. Other funding streams are used, such as No Place Like Home, permanent local housing allocation, home investment partnership funding, community development block grant, county surplus land, and project-based vouchers, to name just a few. These programs have allowed the county to make significant progress in combating the housing crisis over the past 5 years. This slide represents investments in affordable housing over these 5 years, including those funded with IHTF. These successes include funding of $241 million for 50 developments in 30 communities, leveraging over $1.9 billion in other public and private funding sources. Not only will these efforts result in housing for nearly 44,000 people over the course of the development's life, but help to create more than 5,000 jobs in the construction, maintenance, services, and property management fields. But this does not tell the full story of the efforts being made to provide safe and affordable housing throughout the county. When combined with our most recent efforts that we have just reviewed, Housing and Community Development Services efforts assist over 40,000 people with safe, affordable housing every single day. HCDS affordable housing portfolio includes 7,594 affordable units in 109 housing developments throughout the county. A combined total of 75,582 people will be housed over the lifetime of the development. These developments represent $305 million in funding that has been provided over the years. Through the Down Payment and Closing Cost Assistance Program, or first-time homebuyer program, more than 1,333 people in 430 households have had the opportunity to build generational wealth and realize the pride of home ownership. The Home Repair Program assists households with necessary home repairs and is critical in allowing many of our seniors to remain in their homes and age in place by providing grants or loans for necessary home repairs and ADA improvements. This program has assisted more than 866 people in 570 households. Also through rental assistance programs like the Housing Choice Voucher or Section 8 program, Veterans Affairs Supportive Housing Program, and other voucher programs, more than 25,000 people receive assistance with their rent each month. Without this assistance, many of these households would be at risk of homelessness. These rental assistance programs provide nearly $14 million each month to over 3,000 landlords, further spurring the economy and combating homelessness. Over 10 years, more than 250,000 people are supported in ensuring housing stability. In total, more than 44,248 people are served each year through HCDS's efforts. In addition, Housing and Community Development Services provided one-time emergency rental assistance to over 67,000 people in response to the COVID-19 pandemic through the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. In many cases, this assistance prevented them from becoming unhoused during the COVID-19 pandemic. All of these efforts changed the lives of vulnerable San Diegans, providing an opportunity to live well and thrive. But more must be done. The need for housing is surmountable, and your board's dedication to tackling this need is exemplified by the efforts taken over the past several years. The recommendations before you today will continue moving the needle towards the regional housing goal. The recommendations include an application for permanent local housing allocation funding, an application for pro-housing incentive pilot program funding, and an application for Cal Home program funding. If awarded, we request your authority to enter into the agreements as necessary per the program requirements and execute the standard agreements between the state and the county to draw down the funding. Additionally, we are seeking approval to allocate $3.3 million to Bridge Housing Corporation for Kettner Crossings, and that the board direct the Chief Administrative Officer to explore funding the Innovative Housing Trust Fund. This concludes our presentation. We're available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to go ahead and open it up to the public for comments, and then we'll have a discussion.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 6 requests to speak on this item, 2 in person and 4 requesting to speak by phone. Also note for the record that we received 1 e-comment in opposition of this item. Any members of the public that requested to speak on item 20 by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. All speakers are in opposition of this item. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. I'd like to invite forward Audra, Mark, and Consuelo. Again, you'll have 2 minutes to address the board, and ask you to please state your name for the audio record.
Consuelo. This sounds good, but more like due to more government purposely mishandling, this project is lacking funding. You'll get the funding, but this project will never be completed, or if completed, it will not be used for what the initial purpose was. Again, all to save face. Sounds good to the ears of the taxpayers to justify taking it up the butt, right? Well, dream on, my fellow tax cattle suckers.
Next speaker, please.
Mark, these videos are some of the most important videos that any of you out there could see to understand anything about what's going on here. There's one that's not listed here. It is by Deborah Tavares. Her name is DeborahTavares, Deborah Tavares. She has a video called The CAP, for Climate Action Plan, CAP. Her expertise, she was a district chief for the Department of Transportation. Excuse me, for the Department of Transportation. Her expertise was in land use and property valuation. She could have been a court witness, you know, the people who make like $10,000 an hour because they're credible for a court case. I can't tell you all the things wrong with this. It's a short video, you should see it. The real video, these titles mentioned here, the titles are a little bit longer. Rosa Corey Part 1, spelled like this, is actually, has a title beneath the green mask, as well as saying Rosa Corey Part 1. But this will take you there. And also Primary Water, that's actually on YouTube. By the way, Rosa Corey is a Democrat. She actually has a website. She's passed away now. Her website, I believe, is Democrats Against Agenda 21. So this is not a right or left thing. If you out there think that you're right or left or that matters, you're just being fooled. And the Founding Fathers were very clear about the fact that it's always been the people against big government. They warned about it constantly. So, and they didn't say if it happened, they said it always happens from historical record, and our whole Constitution was to prevent what's happening now. These people are not on your side. By the way, they're subsidizing these buildings with our taxes. They could just build little 3D print structures, not...
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Know my name, I use the pronouns tractor, truck, bikes. Just interesting, so your future needs through 2029, you need 68,959 units. Takes you 6 years to develop affordable housing. And your county goal is to do 10,000 units by 2030. What are we gonna do about the rest of those people? Just let them figure it out, right? It's just sad because you actually can't complete all the projects you want to. You're like, we need to do this much, but we're gonna set up all of these roadblocks so like if they don't do solar heated water, they can't build this place. Well, that's not our fault, right? That they're not complying with the rules. Nothing you guys do has anything to do with housing not being built, right? Right. It's good to know you guys pay attention. It's good. It's good. You guys care. I mean, as long as we talk about pipe dreams, it sounds like there's going to be housing eventually for people, right? As long as they work, as long as you don't take their job from them, as long as they comply, you know, with your new demands of all this climate stuff, because we got to save the climate, right? Because it's just like, oh, it's so sad. Oh, does that not sit well with you, Nora? You got to shake your head because you don't like it, but I just think it's funny that you're also implementing a $75 recording fee on real estate documents. That's good. That's going to help you guys out a lot to help get this affordable housing to people, right? And like Nathan said, I mean, it's only for the people that work. So if you lost your job because of these people, sorry, you don't have any affordable.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone.
Good afternoon. Kathleen Lippett here. I'd just like to respectfully point out that providing housing that is safe and affordable is laudable. However, without requiring smoke-free housing policies, the housing will not be safe for those who choose to be smoke-free, those who do not or cannot be exposed to second and third-hand smoke. It deprives tenants of the right to breathe clean air. Please suggest and require that smoke-free policies are adopted in all of your multi-use and multi-development housing projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Truth, this item will authorize the state's permanent local housing allocation program in order to get those state debt dollars and more state debt dollars via the Pro Housing Incentive Pilot Program. The PIP program should be called the PIMP program since you supervisors are acting like prostitutes for money. Joel, you'll do anything the state says for those pennies. This program gives the state control over development, acquisition, rehabilitation, and or preservation of multifamily rental housing. And then there's the Cal Home program, which will give money to agencies and nonprofits, which none of us consent to. And all of those contracts, documents, and amendments will be negotiated and executed by the Health and Human Services Agency. Once again, they're expanding into areas of which they have no expertise, way outside of health. These supervisors are applying for state debt dollars under the 2023 Home Ownership Supernova. Like a supernova, all these plans explode everything in their wake, from the resulting unknown black holes where not even light can escape. A nebula may be created, which seems beautiful, but it lacks well-defined boundaries. It only sucks in matter to form stars that didn't need them to exist and shine on their own. It was just a fog in time. A little metaphorical art and science mix there. So there's $3.3 million for the Kettner Crossing Stack Impact Project, an 8-story mixed-use building. That's businesses at the bottom level on county-owned land with only 57 units being called affordable out of 253 units. That's only 4.4% are affordable. It's fraud and unfair to the people that pay full price for the same unit. And get this, the funding for this fraudulent project is extra money from the HHSA budget. They're literally making revenue from what taxpayers give them and building prison block projects to make more money. It's criminal. And if you didn't hear my percent, it's 4.4% affordable. That's it.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Kevin Stevenson. Unsurprisingly, I support more permanent local housing. I support projects like the project on Kettner Boulevard. More broadly speaking, I would like to see more projects built around the county. I'm glad to see that these projects are being approved because obviously we need to house more people. We need to help fight the crisis of homelessness. As usual, The people who actually show up to these meetings, interestingly enough, are the people who are just going to be naysayers on everything, who are going to say, oh, you are acknowledging that the climate is changing, so clearly you are insane. Well, I think it's worth noting that at 3 a.m. Chicago time this morning, Chicago, Illinois, was 10 degrees warmer than Jacksonville, Florida. So if you think the climate isn't changing and if you think that it isn't serious, I have a bridge to sell you. And that bridge is not very stable. Oh, and one other thing, Mark, that link you showed to BitChute. For those who don't know, BitChute is a website that harbors white supremacists and neo-Nazis. Yeah. So understand the types of content that these people are referring you to. I'm just warning you in case you are interested in looking up the video that he's trying to link you to. I would personally advise against it because there's a lot of hateful content on that website, and that's almost by system. No, I'm not a liar. Shut up. Thank you.
Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. Thank you so much to our HCDS team for all of this information, and I really appreciated that there was the background that you provided on all the rental assistance that we're providing, because it's really looking at this from a very holistic perspective, which I think is our goal here. I also appreciate that all of your teams were able to meet I think it was last week, right, or the week before last, with the California Housing and Community Development team as well, to try to identify opportunities where there's funding available for us to be able to reach out. And so I'm excited about that partnership. I know that the governor's committed to ensuring that we look for additional resources, and so I appreciate all of you for doing this, and I really believe that this board letter really aligns with what we're looking at and what we're trying to accomplish. And so I'm glad that I was glad to see the Kettner crossing to the senior housing that's going to take place there, because I really do believe that we want to do everything we can to create senior housing so that our folks, you know, who took care of us, we take care of them as well. And I am excited that we're going to be looking at how else could we explore additional funding opportunities for the Housing Trust Fund and support the production of affordable housing in the county, because we have to meet our 10,000 goal for sure. So I think this is a really comprehensive board letter, and I think this is a good step in the right direction. So with that, I'm happy to make a motion. And Supervisor Desmond.
I'll second your motion, Madam Chair. And I just want to also say thank you very much. You know, it's great to hear about the Kettner project moving forward. I'm glad to see we're using excess property, hopefully for potential affordable housing sites for seniors. I know I'm pushing pretty hard for in the community of Fallbrook for more senior housing, and also in the city of Escondido, and hopefully that'll all come to fruition soon. There's a critical need for additional housing, and I'm very supportive of continuing the Innovative Trust Fund. I think you did a fantastic job with that. You know, I think you leveraged about $70 million and brought in about $800 million in matching funds from private and public dollars, and I think that's a good investment and definitely needed. So thanks to staff and all your work on this tough issue. We need more and more housing, and the more we can get, the merrier. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, to staff, great hard work chasing down and getting the pro housing status and funding for us. That's terrific work. We've made tremendous strides in implementing programs, policies, and incentives in funding to accelerate housing production and increase the supply of housing in the region. As we move forward as a pro-housing jurisdiction and accept more funding for affordable housing activities, we need to consider expediting our process to address the housing and the homeless crisis, allowing for more homes that San Diegans from all income levels can afford in all communities, perhaps by cutting red tape and building with the appropriate sense of urgency. The City of San Diego took an executive order by the mayor last month to beef up their staffing, streamline compliance, enhance departmental coordination, and to expedite the appropriate review and approvals in order to get housing units produced more quickly. With all that said, I'd like to follow that spirit of intent of that order and add a provision to this, perhaps, to direct the Chief Administrative Office to return to the board in 90 days with additional recommendations to remove barriers, add resources, and expedite the process in building housing, and to facilitate its status as a pro-housing jurisdiction, including the feasibility of adopting policies similar to the City of San Diego's Executive Order 2023-1.
Yep, I'm fine with accepting that amendment.
Awesome.
Good, thank you. Supervisor Lawson-Weimer. Vice Chair, sorry.
Yeah, sorry. This is a big item. There's a lot in here. So first of all, thank you. And thank you for the update, just showing how much work we're doing day in and day out on the housing front. So I do appreciate that we're making progress. I do appreciate that we have a real need to seek additional resources and revenue and really be looking for how are we going to be able to pay for these housing investments. That's what this item's all about, and it's a really high priority of mine as well. And I'd like to continue to think creatively about where else we can seek revenue, what other revenue options are out there beyond just grants. You know, like how do we really get creative about financing mechanisms and innovative financing strategies around housing. But I do just want to just give a shout out on the Cedar and Kettner project. So that's amazing in my district, and I know it's been a long time coming, and glad that we could do some financing jujitsu to get it over the finish line and make it happen. And this is going to be some really important beds for our region. So thanks again.
Supervisor Fudge.
Yeah, I appreciate all the work, everything's been said. I want to give a special shout out to San Diego Foundation for helping us on that Cedar Kettner project and be willing to step up. A lot more we need to do, but certainly a lot of good in there. Thank you.
With that, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
Thank you. Our next item is item 21. We're going to move forward. This is the discussion item to receive the update regarding the COVID-19 emergency response. And I'm going to go ahead and hand the floor over to the staff team for a presentation. Whenever you're ready, I'm happy to wait.
Chairwoman Vargas and members of the board, your board has consistently supported the Health and Human Service Agency's timely responses in protecting the public's health from things like communicable disease events, outbreaks, and emergent infectious disease threats. And through our county-wide collaboration, we have and continue to make significant progress in addressing COVID-19 with sustainable approaches to test, trace, and treat, and vaccinate San Diegans. I'm joined today by our County Public Health Officer, Dr. Wuma Wooten. Also, our Agency Executive Finance Director, Amy Thompson. Our County's Chief Financial Officer, Ebony Shelton, who will provide an overview of the finances related to the COVID-19 response to date. And finally, Gary Johnson, our County's Chief Resilience Officer, who will provide a brief overview of the next steps for the county's after-action report. But before I turn it over to the team, I'd like to recognize some key partners who played a huge role in keeping our region healthy and safe during the course of the past 3 years. As a board, you've been integral to the entire response. We are deeply, deeply grateful for your support of our evidence-based response to this generational pandemic. In early 2020, San Diego County was the second county in California to declare a local health emergency. It was a time of great uncertainty, and you and some of our past supervisors all leaned in to make sure we could protect San Diegans. I'd especially like to thank Supervisor Nathan Fletcher for his impactful leadership and support through the vast majority of the emergency response. We would not be here had it not been for his leadership. I also want to thank our Chief Administrative Officer, Helen Robbins-Meyer, for her unwavering commitment of support in the past 3 years as well. Our holistic test, trace, and treat, and vaccinate response was a true demonstration of regional collaboration. Our nurses, our doctors, our therapists, hospitals, clinics, CAL FIRE, and first responders, cities, schools, community-based organizations were absolutely essential in our collective impact. Hundreds of community-based organizations across every sector joined numerous weekly calls to help ensure our messaging and outreach was spreading the word in effective and culturally competent ways. Together, we hosted testing sites, vaccination sites, and for a while, a daily press conference that was carried live on most local broadcast television stations. Many in the media deserve our gratitude for helping accurately share the information needed in their daily lives. Without all of our partners, we would not have been able to expand our vaccination reach to over 2.5 million San Diegans, conduct more than 13 million tests, and ultimately protect and save people in our region. The people of San Diego deserve our gratitude for doing what they could to protect themselves and each other. And last, but certainly not least, our county staff deserve immense gratitude and recognition. Leading off with our public health officer, Dr. Woon Wooten, and the rest of the agency and county team, some of whom here with me presenting today, and many key leaders who are in the audience. And I'd like to call them out. Dr. Eric McDonald, Dr. Ankita Kadakia, Dr. Liz Hernandez, Dr. Denise Foster, Dr. Shima Saw, Jeff Johnson, Anita Walia, Jennifer Bransford-Coons, Patty K. Dannon, Rob Sills, Tim McLean, Caroline Smith, Jeff Toney, Mike Workman, our Health and Human Service attorneys with County Council, our county's Department of Human Resources, Contract and Procurement, Information Technology, Ebony Shelton, Marco Medved, and the entire FG3 team, Sarah Gassi and the Luge team, Teresa Adams from the Sheriff's Department, Holly Porter, CAL FIRE, and our public safety partners, many of your staff in your particular supervisorial offices, and many, many others throughout our county team. As we mobilize the Emergency Operations Center and Medical Operations Center, more than 2,000 county employees, both permanent and temporary, were deployed at one point or another. This does not even include the many contract employees that supported our efforts. And even more employees perform tasks outside of their normal roles to support efforts to test, trace, treat, and vaccinate. A huge thank you to all our county staff. What we accomplished collectively is regarded as one of the best responses in the nation, with recognition from many of our federal partners, the government, our own governor, and the state departments, and many leaders. We set the bar for others to follow. With that, let me please now welcome Dr. Woon.
Thank you, Nick. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Vargas and members of the board. This slide shows the pandemic at a glance, with some but not all of the local impactful events and related dates. On February 14, 2020, based on the county's partnership with Miramar to manage repatriates from Wuhan, China, as well as evolving world events, the County of San Diego proclaimed a local emergency and declared a local health emergency. Both were officially ratified by your board within 7 days on February 19, 2020. With both emergencies ratified, the county had enhanced authority to seek reimbursement from the state, utilize mutual aid, and ensure all needed tools were available to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic. On March 9th, the first confirmed case of COVID-19 was reported in a San Diego County resident, and by March 19th, a state stay-at-home order was issued. On March 29th, the first county COVID-19 public health officer order was issued for mandatory masking in certain settings. As 2020 came to a close, the FDA and CDC approved vaccines with limited supplies arriving in the county on December 14. 2021 included many seminal achievements. The county's first vaccination superstation was launched at Petco Park on June 11th in partnership with UCSD. On February 9th, Project SAVE, Scheduling Assistance for Vaccine Equity, was launched, where community health workers identified individuals who were vulnerable and at risk for COVID-19, providing them with vaccine appointments. By March 5th, 1 million vaccine doses were administered, and 70% of county residents ages 12 and older were fully vaccinated by July 28, representing a benchmark achievement for the health and safety of the community. 2022 represented the next phase in the pandemic. By June 18, free at-home rapid antigen test kits became available for distribution. On February 14th, the indoor masking mandate for fully vaccinated individuals was lifted, except for those in high-risk settings. September 1st, bivalent boosters were approved and covered the original SARS-CoV-2 virus, as well as Omicron variants and subvariants. Finally, on October 17, Governor Newsom declared that the state would end the COVID-19 state of emergency on February 28 of this year. The county will align with the state and also end the county emergencies as well on February 28. This next slide shows a summary of cases, hospitalizations, and deaths, as well as efforts provided by county and community partners during the response over the past 3 years of the COVID-19 pandemic, from February 14, 2020 through January 28, 2023. In San Diego County, 976,826 confirmed COVID-19 cases have been reported, with an additional 80,386 probable cases, resulting in over 1 million cases being reported in this region. However, these cases do not include those individuals who tested positive utilizing at-home test kits. To date, unfortunately, 5,728 deaths have occurred. Sympathies go out to those who lost family members due to this disease. Sadly, lives have been lost. However, to save lives, combined community efforts have included enhanced surveillance, accessible and equitable testing and vaccination strategies, provision of appropriate PPE, and monoclonal antibody treatment. Early and thorough response from the County of San Diego and its partners resulted in an estimated 3,307 lives saved from February 14, 2020 through November 13, 2021. This was according to an analysis by our county Community Health Statistics Unit. Throughout the pandemic, the county utilized a variety of innovative strategies, as displayed on this slide, to protect and serve the residents of San Diego County. The rapid deployment of testing was pivotal in identifying infection as early as possible so that residents could start isolating to reduce the spread throughout the community. Leveraging Live Well San Diego sectors, the county expanded the 4 sectors of businesses, schools, education, and governments, and expanded to 21 different sectors to reach and educate the public. Communication was also essential to educate the public on actions to take for their protection. Quickly, the county stood up a website, developed educational materials, and made data available to drive policymaking decisions and community actions. Equitable access to testing services was an early priority in the response, followed by vaccination services when vaccines became available. Throughout the pandemic, the county worked with partners to deploy many mass vaccination events. These events allowed easy, equitable access to a much-needed tool that was shown to decrease the severity and odds of death from COVID-19. Wastewater surveillance was implemented and will continue. With a robust wastewater surveillance system in place, the county can identify early trends in viral upticks. This strategy allows for early detection of viral spread in the community. Whole genome sequencing continues to help the county understand which variants are currently circulating throughout the county. Now, as it relates to community outreach and support, the county launched the use of community health workers or promotoras where contracts were procured with community partners to utilize community health workers to conduct contact tracing for residents with limited access to book appointments for testing and/or vaccinations, to provide resources, and to disseminate information in a culturally and linguistically appropriate manner to historically underserved communities. Lastly, another innovative strategy in the COVID-19 response was outreach to long-term care facilities due to individuals in these settings being at greatest risk. The county actively worked with sector facilities to assist with infection control and prevention control or prevention protocols, personal protective equipment, and safety standards for both healthcare workers and residents. The county implemented a preparedness and response system to monitor, evaluate, and test persons throughout the pandemic. The T3 strategy to test, trace, and treat provided instrumental and proved instrumental in efforts to protect, prevent, and control COVID-19 infection spread in this region. After the state of emergency ends on February 28th, the county will continue these 4 strategic efforts. In the next 4 slides, each of the above components of the T3 strategy and the vaccination strategy will be discussed. Regarding the T3 test component, after the state of emergency ends, the county will continue to ensure that COVID-19 testing is equitable and accessible for all individuals, especially in priority populations. The state has notified all counties that all state-run COVID-19 testing sites will close as of February 25th. Currently, 4 state sites are still operational in San Diego County. A current county contractor provides PCR tests at 3 different locations. When the current contract ends, a new testing contract will be awarded to a vendor after February 28. An at-home antigen test kit provides early detection of infection and is easy to use. The distribution plan for test kits will continue focusing on those in need and without easy access. Test kits will be distributed at 15 county libraries, rural communities, WIC programs, food banks, and YMCAs in the health equity zip codes throughout the county. The county's public health lab will remain dedicated to receiving, processing, and reporting test results to the County Epidemiology and Immunization Services Branch for case investigation and prompt response actions. The County Epidemiology and Immunization Services Branch's disease control operations will obviously continue. Surveillance will continue for cases, hospitalizations, deaths, testing, and vaccinations. Case investigations and trace efforts were modified last year on March 4th to align with state efforts. Outbreak investigations will continue for high-risk individuals at long-term care facilities, and the county's COVID-19 Tableau dashboard and respiratory virus surveillance report will continue to be updated and published to inform the public. As it relates to the T3 treat component, also last year on March 4th, the COVID-19 temporary lodging program was transferred to the County Epidemiology and Immunization Services Branch and will continue with the goal of preventing the spread of infectious diseases such as COVID-19. The branch implements a temporary lodging program for individuals requiring isolation and identified as not having an appropriate safe place to isolate. We would also like to remind everyone that treatment for COVID-19 is available. For more information on treatment, individuals should contact their healthcare provider or call 211. In addition to the T3 strategy, the county will continue its vaccination strategy to provide COVID-19 primary series and bivalent booster vaccines to individuals at public health centers. After the state of emergency ends on February 28, San Diego County residents will have continued access to the state's My Turn website to assist with finding the nearest vaccination locations. A COVID-19 vaccination contract has been awarded, and transition efforts from the current contractor are being planned. In addition, COVID-19 vaccines are available 5 days per week at all county public health centers. In closing, throughout the past 3 years of this pandemic, everyone has continuously been encouraged to be safe. Through a sustained collective impact effort, county partners continue to serve as a critical resource to encourage safe COVID-19 practices. Everyone is urged to take the recommendations cited on this slide seriously. To protect against serious illness, obtain the COVID-19 bivalent booster, which also protects against the original SARS-CoV-2 virus and recent Omicron variants and subvariants. By following these actions, everyone can protect themselves, family members, and friends. These non-pharmaceutical prevention strategies are also helpful against other circulating viruses such as RSV and influenza. Lastly, the county strongly encourages people to obtain this year's flu vaccine and a COVID-19 bivalent booster as soon as possible to reduce severe disease and keep people out of the hospital. I will now welcome Amy Thompson, who will provide the county COVID-19 finance update.
Thank you, Dr. Wooten. To date, the county has spent over $1 billion responding to the pandemic. These funds have gone towards our T3 efforts of testing, tracing, and treating, and vaccination efforts, personal protective equipment, outreach and education, and a variety of other response costs. We also responded with food assistance, child care assistance, and various stimulus efforts for the region. This time 2 years ago, in February 2021, shortly after vaccination sites had been stood up, we reported a weekly spend rate of over $12 million to your board. A year later, in February 2022, as greater access to at-home testing was becoming available and indoor mask mandates were being lifted, we were averaging just under $5 million a week. And now, in February 2023, approaching the lifting of the state and county emergency status, we are at $800,000 per week. As we continue to demobilize our response efforts to align with need, our spend rate will continue to go down towards the end of this year. There are certain aspects of testing, tracing, and vaccinations that we will continue to integrate into our ongoing operations. We will continue to rely on federal response funding as we work towards sustaining those activities long term. This slide shows the primary funding streams we have had available to access during the pandemic. While our allocation of CARES funding, shown up top in orange, was exhausted last fiscal year, FEMA and ARPA are still available. We anticipate FEMA eligibility will likely end in May when the federal emergency is lifted. ARPA will remain available next fiscal year and will also be available to access in the event of any FEMA claim disallowances. In yellow, you will see a bar for public health grants that were awarded during the pandemic. These grants have been used to help to continue to augment our overall public health infrastructure, and we will still have funds available to us next fiscal year to use if needed for T3 efforts. Lastly, at the bottom is a bar for third-party Medi-Cal billing. We will continue to pursue billing activities to sustain efforts as needed, including vaccination efforts at our public health centers. So while the majority of our funding is certainly winding down, we are in a good position to continue to transition our response work post-emergency and work towards sustainable funding sources for the future. I'll now turn it over to Ebony Shelton to talk about the impacts to the General Fund Reserve Ordinance suspension.
Thank you, Amy. Chairwoman Vargas, members of the board, you may recall that there were certain provisions of the administrative code that were suspended and tied to the local emergency. So once the declaration is lifted, the suspension will be lifted as well. The overall effect of the suspension included the allowing unassigned fund balance to be drawn below the minimum target and suspending requirements to use debt savings and unanticipated general purpose revenue to cash fund capital and or send voluntary contributions to SD Sarah. Lifting the declaration will prohibit draws on unassigned fund balance below the minimum target, but there are no further draws below the minimum target currently planned, so there's something there. There are also no projected savings from maturing debt obligations. However, the county is projecting one-time over-realized general purpose revenue in the current fiscal year as a result of better than anticipated assessed value. So lifting the declaration will require the county to send an excess contribution to SD Sarah. The amount of the contribution will be prorated to reflect the number of months that the local emergency declaration was in place, and we'll return to your board with action to authorize this transfer as a part of our second quarter budget status report. Finally, our unassigned general fund reserve is currently below the minimum target, but we're actively monitoring our projections and FEMA reimbursement so that we can develop a recommendation to replenish that plan in the future as a part of the budget cycle to ensure that we meet the minimum reserve once the local emergency declaration has been lifted. So with that, I'll turn it back to Gary Johnston, who will provide an update on the county's COVID-19 after action report.
Thank you, Ebony. The county initiated an after-action review of the county's COVID-19 response per the requirements set forth in California Code of Regulations, Title 19, Section 2450. To ensure an objective review was performed, a consultant was acquired to facilitate the review process and develop the county COVID-19 after-action report. The county expects to submit and publicly release its COVID-19 after-action report within the required time frame of 90 days following the termination of the state of emergency. The consultant broke down the report development process into 4 phases as indicated on the slide. The report will identify strengths and areas of improvement within the county's response. These observations are derived from information collected by the consultant through various internal and external stakeholder interviews, surveys, and document review. The consultant's assessment is based on the analysis of 6 focus areas that were critical to the County of San Diego COVID-19 response. They have reviewed and evaluated hundreds of relevant county response plans, documents, policies, and guidance publications, facilitated discussion-based interviews, both internal and external stakeholders, and facilitated online surveys, internal and external, to the county. The County COVID-19 Response After Action Report will present recommendations to the County of San Diego which provide actionable guidance on how to memorialize best practices demonstrated in its COVID-19 response and to shore up areas of improvement. Upon release of the After Action Report, the county will conduct a detailed review and analysis of the recommended areas of improvement and develop precise action plans to address them. I will now turn over the presentation back to Nick.
Thank you, Gary, and Dr. Wooten, Amy, Ebony. As I said earlier, our entire response to COVID-19 has been an incredible team effort to protect the public's health. One of our county's public health nurses put it best, referring to her long hours conducting COVID-19 tests at our busiest testing site. At what point? She shared, quote unquote, clients actually have come to us and said, thank you for being here. That wipes away all the hard work you put in. You forget the pain you're having in your legs at the end of your 40-hour shift. That thank you makes you want to come back. We received heartwarming thank yous and messages of gratitude from thousands and thousands of San Diegans, thanking the county and our partners for our work to protect them, their families, and their communities. Thank you again for your steadfast support, Board. In closing, today's presentation recommends your board receive an update on this COVID-19 emergency response. Subject to your questions, this concludes our presentation.
Thank you. Thank you to the team. Before I make any comments, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Supervisor Fletcher.
Thank you. Thank you all for the presentation. I think our probably last COVID update, as the state of emergency will be expiring before the next one. And I think, you know, what the majority of the public probably saw was the briefings or board meetings or things like that. But what I saw every single day was an incredible group of people who came together to tackle the most pressing public health issue we face in our lifetime, perhaps in the last 100 years in our country. And each and every one of you who showed up, you know, in the early days when it was kind of warming on, then okay, well, there's something going on, and then we're going to get some flights, and we were planning for some flights, and then how rapidly we went from some flights landing at Miramar and coordinating with our local hospitals to Valentine's Day, declaring a state of emergency. and then into everything. And it's easy, I think, in hindsight, to forget the volume and scope of what we were confronted with dealing. The challenges and the early things around finding masks or gloves, or how do we count them? Is it per glove or per set? Ventilators and the data. I mean, the hours that we spend in meetings just figuring out how can we best reflect the data, and you know, what does it mean, and how do we share that, and how do we move it forward. Everything surrounding funding, and then the really unprecedented nature of the things that we were doing. All designed to be temporary, and all designed, you know, every day we would be confronted with a series of incredibly daunting and challenging decisions. And I was always struck that there was never a good option. We had a bad option and a worse option. And so we were trying to take the bad option, not because we thought it was fundamentally good, but because it was the least bad thing we could do. How could we have the least harm? How could we find you know, that proper balance? I remember vividly not just our first positive case from a local, but the first death. And then you watched as those numbers came, and despite everything we did, 5,728 people still lost their life. And the measures we did to keep that number low also had negative impacts on our kids and small businesses, and through it all, I just appreciated being with a group of people who got up every single day, 7 days a week, early in the morning till late at night, every single day, doing the very best we could to get our county through a really unprecedented situation. And I'm really pleased and honored to have been a part of the team and what we did. I think as we were working through some of those incredibly difficult, challenging days, it wasn't clear when we would have a vaccine, when we would have a path, dealing with different state rules and federal rules, and working through all of that. I was often struck that the best way out is always through. And we just got up every day, and we dealt with whatever was thrown at us that day, and we did the best we could. And then we did the exact same thing the next day, and we continue to do that each and every single day. And so there'll always be things in hindsight that, you know, we would have done, but we didn't have the benefit of hindsight. We had the reality, not the benefit of hindsight, the reality of this is today, and this is what's in front of us. The immediate demand for testing, and then how do we scale that up in a massive way, and how do we not, you know, have the test and then get the results in an actionable amount of time, and everything that went into the vaccines and the uncertainty around how many we would get and when and how we would distribute, and the Herculean logistical challenges that were inherent in every decision that got made. You know, in some ways, the decision about what to do was perhaps much easier than the tremendous workload it took to implement that decision, and the tremendous pressure and strain on everyone, the understandable anxiety people felt, fearing for their health and their safety and that of their family, the understandable anxiety felt about the things we were doing to slow cases. And so I just want to say a special thank you as I look out to a lot of folks who we spent a lot of hours in a lot of really small conference rooms and planning sessions and talking about things and working through things and coming back. And I really appreciate each and every one of you. And I think, you know, when you step back and say we have one of the highest vaccination rates, one of the lowest death rates, an economy that has an unemployment rate below the state average, below the national average, and in large part, you know, most of the public's moved on and are living their life as they should, what we encountered. But I'm really honored to have been a team and really appreciate each and every one of you. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. It's Chair Supervisor Fletcher. And go ahead, Vice Chair.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to start with a couple comments, and then I just had a few questions, mostly for Ebony. It's pretty extraordinary what we've come through, and you have done just a tremendous job, and the dedication, the time. I mean, I know that you and the team were often working, you know, way more than 12-hour days for weeks and weeks and months on end. And I know when I came on the board, very quickly, there was suddenly this wonderful challenge, but a daunting challenge of how do we disseminate vaccinations? How do we get to people who are stuck in their nursing homes? How do we deal with massive demand, and make sure we center equity and ensure that everybody has access to these vaccines and roll them out quickly and efficiently, and at the same time continue to deal with all the other challenges and threats. And it's pretty extraordinary what we as a county were able to do, particularly since it was really untested, right? I mean, that's why we have the county as a public health agency, and we had never been tested like that before. And I think, yes, I know this was so taxing on so many of our county workers, but I think we came out stronger. We've learned a lot, and I think we're preparing to be even better prepared in the future. And so I just hope everyone really can acknowledge how wonderful of a job that you've done. And again, you know, there's been a lot of people have been really hurt by this pandemic, and a lot of people, there's going to be long-term generational consequences, and it would have just been so much worse if our public health response had not been what it was. So I just really want to thank you, and it's pretty amazing that we're able to be at a point now where we can lift that state of emergency, because I absolutely remember how it felt. Just wasn't that long ago, a year and a half ago, thinking, God, like, what is this? Like, what is this? What is this here? What is this globally? And nobody knew. And, and again, thank you so much for your leadership, but I also think it's important to acknowledge and recognize that we would not be where we are as not just a county, not just a country, but as a world, if it wasn't for the kind of technology and innovations in mRNA vaccines and biotechnology research that are pioneered right here in San Diego. That our industry, our biotech industry, is one of the leading contributors to the kind of research that has saved millions and millions of lives and allowed our lives to go on. And so the role that our private sector community has played as well is just cannot be understated, and I think it's important to really acknowledge those thinkers and researchers and innovators who laid the groundwork over decades and decades, toiling in laboratories and dark rooms where nobody cared about their research, nobody read their research papers, until the one day we needed that one research paper, and thanking them as well for their work to be able to save so many lives. So that was just really mostly wanted to say that. And I also just had a few kind of operational questions, mostly for Ebony, regarding your slide on the ordinances. If we could just put that back up. Slide. Oh. Were you ready with that one, Ebony? You knew that's what I was going to ask about? I just had some kind of practical questions. So on section 113.2, what's our timeline on kind of needing to calibrate?
Supervisor or Vice Chair, we have 3 years to replenish the minimum. So we'll plan for 3 years at a minimum when we come through the budget process.
Great. And then for section 113.5, are there any, is there any specific maturing debt obligations that we would have in mind that we need to be aware of that are going to be impacted by this ordinance?
Specific to 113.5A,
yeah.
No, there are no maturing obligations in the current fiscal year that would be impacted by this ordinance. We look at the debt portfolio on a year-by-year basis and make that determination based on scheduled debt service, but at this time there are no.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Supervisor Desmond?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Really appreciate it. And thank you very much for the presentation. And hopefully, we can forever put COVID behind us. I'm very, very happy to see the emergency ending here at the end of the month. And I also want to thank county staff for your tireless work. Dr. Wooten, our CAO, Helen Robbins-Meyer, Dr. McDonald, HHSA staff, Supervisor Fletcher, all have gone above and beyond in trying to keep our community safe and informed. There were many late nights and mornings, and I appreciate really all that you've done and all the time you put into it. And I want to thank all of our frontline workers as well that put in many hours, nurses, doctors, medical staff, people that weren't even involved with COVID, but they stepped up to the call. And, this is definitely a time for accolades, but I also think it's a time for learning and healing as well. It can't be avoided is some of the anxiety and the contention that was out there on masks and shutdowns and vaccinations. And I think we got to be very careful about, hopefully, about locking down the county again. The lockdowns, and I'm not pointing blame or anything anywhere, but the lockdowns led to increased mental health issues. Our suicide rates, unfortunately, have gone up. Many children lost months, if not years, of education. And hopefully we can learn from those types of things. Most devastating, I think the lockdowns had led to a dramatic decrease in learning amongst our poorest communities and our children. I hope we never have to close schools down again. We see the damage that's been done, and my biggest hope is that we never make our students suffer from these closures again. And going forward, I think we've got to be very careful about, what businesses can stay open and who can and can't be open and who must close, and the effect of mental health and anxiety that also has. So I do appreciate that we continue to allow, people to question authority. There was a lot of questioning going on during COVID, myself as one, but nobody had all the answers. And it was stated earlier, this happens every 100 years, so nobody really has everything right at hand to deal with everything. So what I want to do is make sure that we learn from what worked, what didn't. Hopefully we don't repeat any mistakes and learn from everything, all of this, and move on. But I do want you to know that I firmly believe that everybody did the best they could with the data they had at the time. And so for that, I appreciate all of your hard work and effort. Thank you very much.
You go ahead and call public comment.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 13 requests to speak on this item, 9 in person and 4 requesting to speak by phone. Also note for the record that we did not receive any comments on this item, and 1 individual registered their support but did not wish to address the board. Any members of the public that wish to speak on item 21 by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. All speakers are in opposition to this item. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. I'll be calling you in groups of 5, so please listen for your name. I'd like to invite forward Michael Brando, Mike Borello, Audra, Mark, and Kathleen Melanakis. If I've called your name, please come forward. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board. I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record.
Kathleen is gone. Can I take her spot? Even though she signed up. I signed up.
Haven't called your name yet. We'll get to you.
It matters. It's a big deal to let somebody speak. Whoa, your name has not been called. You better sit down and shut up, slave. You know my name. I use the pronouns nurse, doctor, surgeons. And Dr. Death, thank you for putting on your mask. I didn't want to get pregnant from the psychological rape. That would be devastating. But it's just interesting. I think you left out on your at a glance the June 15th opening up of the county. Remember that, Nathan, when James Canning assaulted me? That was the first time I was assaulted here in this building or around it. It's so great. But the fact that all the things that you guys have done have destroyed the county. So many people have been murdered by these vaccines. Like Jim was saying, yeah, children are missing out on education, people are losing their businesses, and we all blame it on COVID. But yeah, if you guys identify as COVID, then yes, you're right, you're the ones doing it. We know that everything that you have done has been totally bullshit. I mean, you're testing sewer water to test for a future outbreak from what? But yeah, that's so funny because you want to give people sewer water, right? But if you're finding COVID in it, are you killing people with sewer water and giving them COVID? Or when you filter out the shit and piss, the COVID comes out with it? Right. But you're trying to help people, right? By giving them piss and shit water that has COVID in it. if it so does, right? And these tests, you're just taking their DNA. You can't even test for a virus like that. And Wilma, there's never been an isolation of COVID. How weird. But yet everything, thank you for murdering children. Thank you for murdering people by telling them that everyone needs to get vaccinated. And it's so funny because all of us out here who haven't done anything that you have told us to do, we're still living. How weird.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. I'd like to call the remaining speakers in opposition: Consuelo, Paul Henkin, Jeff No Way, and Kara.
I use the name Michael. This day is really uneventful for me because there was never a pandemic. Oh, this is such a shock. A pandemic in the sense that a non-existent SARS-CoV-2, an invisible killer dot floating through the air that gets up a nose or in a mouth or in an eye, causes this generalized broad-based symptoms that have been named this. Wow. You know, the real pandemic? Yeah, this. You see this? You, Gary Johnston, you're involved in this, directly involved in murder. You see this? And I'll tell you a little vignette. I have a lot of different shirts like that. People always come up and want to talk. And a young man came up to actually several of us the other day in tears because he realized, not because we said anything, but through his direct knowing and intuition, he knew that he had been tricked, gaslit, lied to do this. And many more are waking up, and it's interesting because that's been the plan all along, to let people realize that. Nick, I saw you on KPBS in 2020, and you said this crazy statement. I bet you're a nice guy, but you said this crazy statement. I'm paraphrasing. I cannot be well unless every other person is well. Do you hear how psychotic that is? I cannot be well unless other people are well. I do not consent. I do not contract. This never began for me. The good thing is so many people are waking up.
Next speaker, please.
You too, McDonald.
Yep, that's what I was just going to say. Consuelo, only masks and untested injections were offered to the lab rats. Let's see. More saving face for your mishandling and ignoring of your constituents. A senator, where's the senator? Oh, yeah. Nora, you stated something about fear-mongering. Oh, the irony. Same shit you politicians and the media have been doing with COVID for the past 3 years while waiting for the system to be abolished and campaigning, well, no, I don't want to say that. Let's see, their plan backfired and they know it. While waiting for the system to be sorry. They somehow managed to demonize coughs, sniffles, and having no symptoms at all. But they've normalized strokes, blood clots, neurological disorders, and died suddenly. Never again should anyone have to be amazed at how Jim Jones got his followers to drink the Kool-Aid. The lies can be loud while the truth is silent. Remember that. If you're not even willing to entertain the possibility that you have been fooled, then you are the easiest kind of person to fool. Government sells the lies and false security. Government is only in the business of control. That's it. Government, check any dictionary and you will find that govern means control and ment means mental, mind. Therefore, government really means mind control. A quote from Einstein, 2 things are infinite, the universe and human stupidity. And I'm not sure about the universe. So instead of saying I trusted the science and the experts, how about being honest and saying I don't have the cognitive capacity to actually think critically or research for myself. And so I default to believing whatever my TV and most people believe.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Paul Hinken. The COVID fiasco started with lies and missteps. How the COVID thing in San Diego began? COVID was spreading like mad on cruise ships. Guess why? Because like so many plagues, people were packed in with inadequate sunlight and ventilation, two things that could have limited or stopped the infection. Then came Miramar. 2 cases were flown in. It could have been stopped there, but somehow those infected people were allowed prematurely into a crowded, poorly ventilated city. Government and doctors blew it. Then we followed. As usual, the stateside medical establishment preferred to subject us, order us, and mandate us to an experiment, mRNA, which was less and less effective. A quick fix. Then they conveniently forgot simple things to do, like UV light, sunlight, colloidal silver, and things used on earlier diseases, such as the 1889 Russian flu, which I wrote to you about, which had most of the earmarks of COVID. If only the doctors had done their research. Wilma! And the mass one-size-fits-all treatment of COVID produced predictable results. Pockets of individuals who die suddenly from the vax, like athletes. The vax goes to their liver, then their heart, and creates weakness and kills them in their prime when they overexert themselves. But I don't expect any of you to admit it. I just hope you do your own research next plague season.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name's Kara. Similar to what other speakers have said, especially Michael, don't you guys all wonder how it is that we've survived 3 long, dark winters? I mean, that's the question I want to ask people when they approach me in the grocery store and they're still wearing their mask. How am I still here? It's because I have a beautiful terrain, a beautiful immune system. Thank you, God, for it. I also want to take this time to thank Amy Reichert, Allie Hartman, and Diane Ake and the entire Reopen San Diego team for their relentlessness in fighting these tyrants and their illegal and inequitable mandates. All of San Diego and San Diegans are grateful, and it's a shame that Amy Reichert isn't sitting in Sketchy Fletcher's chair, especially since he's on his way out, or so he thinks. I'm sure his Senate run will end up very similarly to his mayoral run, but who am I kidding? He's been already decided. He's been selected, not elected, being groomed for governor, I'm assured. I feel very sad for Californians, very sad for San Diegans especially. Hundreds of thousands have already left. You guys have been the greatest advertisement for U-Haul services because we're all leaving. We're all scrambling out of here because we can't stand what you guys have done to our county. Shame on all of you. And, Tara, you have to read in between the lines of what you say that this was kind of like an unprecedented time, an experimental time. All the things that you said, I can't even go back to them right now, but you're right, because everybody that took this gene therapy, and that's what it is, it's a gene therapy. It is not a vaccine. You guys are all the experiment. So, thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Your first warning, second warning. Next, please. Please, can you start his time? Thank you.
Mark, Consuelo was saying that there wasn't informed consent. There was a high school some people went to, and the guy managing the vaccine clinic actually lied and said that no one had died from the COVID vaccine, which is against his medical practices. So anyway, also you're wrong about your data, and I'm sure someone who gets paid almost $200,000 a year should know what I know, which is your real stats. For one thing, Sweden, which has about 10 million people like Los Angeles County, had half the deaths. And Los Angeles County did the greatest lockdowns just about in the world except for China. And Sweden did none of that. Their people were eating at restaurants, drinking, working together. They had half the deaths. Also, Africa, which has about 7% of the population vaccinated, has an incredibly good rate of surviving COVID. And that seems to be a mystery to the world, but it's a fact. It's real data. It's your data that you never told anyone. Also, you didn't mention that there's a 400% increase across the board. This was news, mainstream news, in all sorts of aspects, including blood clots and sterility and so many things. Also, that, of course, I'm running out of time. Fauci, Farmer, Gates, another Oriental guy, they're all on the board of both the World Health Organization and NIH, which are both the organizations that advise the government. So it's like, if you don't believe me, believe me. And Rand Paul right now is investigating them because Fauci paid for gain-of-function research in Wuhan. In Wuhan, the people in Wuhan that died first were the people protesting in China. Such a scam. You guys need to think more.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Jeff. So what's the COVID update, Wilma? Are you finally admitting that COVID doesn't exist, Nick? Are you admitting that it never existed, Eric McDonald? Because it never did. Did anyone anywhere in the world ever isolate it? Nope. Does the PCR test prove that anyone ever had it? Nope. All PCR does is it looks for computer-imagined particles. It even has 97% false positives in looking for those imagined fragments. That's precisely why PCR was used, to deliberately perpetuate the fraud and fear. Just ask the inventor of the test, Dr. Kerry Mullis. Oh, you can't. He was murdered, Nathan. Convenient, huh? The entire scam was a lie to get people to depopulate themselves with this shot. You know what else is a lie? Virology as a whole, Gary. Viruses don't cause anything. They come from inside our bodies naturally. They are only located at the scene of an illness because they are doing their job of cleaning up toxicity. Toxicity is the issue. We've all been indoctrinated into calling the cold and flu, however, it's just our brilliant bodies dealing with that toxicity. Where's all this toxicity coming from, Nora? Everywhere, and very much by design. The latest was the rollout of 5G. People experience radiation sickness from 5G. Add that new heightened EMF radiation to the fluoride in the water, the glyphosate in the food, the chemical cocktail being constantly sprayed from planes in our skies, and there's your toxicity, Jim. The pillar lie of virology is slowly coming to light. Your evil black magic sorcery has lost its power and is on its way out. The people will see you for all the fraud that you are. Hallelujah, Gary.
Final call for Mike Borrello, Kathleen Melanakis. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. Start with our first caller.
Richard Golden. Wow, that was interesting. The pandemic will not be over just because we want it to be over. And even after this ends, we will have an issue with long COVID for a long time to come, and it will continue to get worse. With all that in mind, this vaccine-only approach is bad. We need better vaccines like Novavax, the Canadian nasal spray vaccine, and Cuban's great vaccines, not just Pfizer's mRNA vaccines. We need all other programs to suppress and contain this virus. Air quality, free N95 quality masks, mask work, and indoor masking. COVID is airborne. We also need rapid testing run by the county so that we can be isolating sick and infectious people. And we need these being done at the point of potential super spreading events to get this under control. It's not going to end right now just because you say the emergency is over. Please do your job, Dr. Wooten, Nick Mancione, all supervisors, and get us the programs we need to actually end this pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Kevin Stevenson. Well, looks like this is probably the last time that I'm going to get to speak on this item. And let me just say, wow, it's been a long time. It's been a long 3 years. 3 years into this pandemic, we're still humoring the question, who do I trust? 99% of the world's scientists who all agree that COVID is real and that it is dangerous, or a few crackpots who regularly show up to these meetings like Jeff and Mike and Audra and Consuelo, who keep preaching all this shit about, oh, the government is only good for control, or you guys deserve death because you violated the Nuremberg Code. You guys proud of yourselves for this little circus that you continue to engage in every single freaking meeting for the last few years? I mean, on one hand, you should be happy because you basically won. I mean, no one really seems to be concerned about COVID anymore. We're just kind of going around pretending that everything's completely back to normal. I don't know why you guys are complaining. Why? Because some people still want to wear masks indoors? Because we're not in this weirdo cult? To take what Consuelo said, but in the other direction, like, you guys are the Jim Jones cultists. You're the ones who are pushing misinformation. You're the ones pushing crackpot theories that have been debunked over and over and over and over again. But on the other hand, I can see why you're still angry, because now that the COVID emergency is ending, you do not have a grift to sell people anymore. Mike Borello doesn't have a stupid garbage scamdemic shirts to sell. Well, he's still going to try to sell them, but he's not going to get much money off them anymore.
We'll now hear from the next caller.
Pam, Agenda 21. Wow, there's so much from that report. First of all, what makes February 28, 2023 the date COVID is over? Someone mentioned data. One of the slides indicated the recommendation for a well-fitting, high-quality mask. Well, I'm sorry, I can't let this go. Weren't we told that cloth masks were ineffective? You know, all the children going to school, they were willing to wear a mask because they were cute. Someone made them for them. And then, no, you've got to wear the blue surgical mask so you all look the same. If a person is vulnerable to or has a contagion, why would a cloth mask now be considered effective? $1 billion. I don't know about anybody else, but I didn't get one penny of that. I didn't have a test. I didn't have a vaccine. I didn't get a mask. I didn't get a free test for home use. I don't know. Do I get a check for the money I didn't use? And this report, I'm not certain the report identifies any successes. It's just a report of what the county did and supposedly how they spent the money, and then everybody patted everybody on the back, shook everybody's hand if they were close enough. Wow, great job, great job. But what the report didn't mention were the lockdowns, the permanent closures of small businesses, the unnecessary and harmful masking of children, the poor quality of prolonged Zoom schools resulting in the lowering of test scores, the prevalence of mental anxiety and depression of all ages, and increase of suicide rates, including children, the loss of jobs and firing of people in all sectors because they chose medical autonomy, the lack of informed consent. The vaccine is not 100% safe. The vaccine is not 100% effective. And even the World Health Organization says you can die even after being vaccinated. You guys denied early treatment, but instead really pushed remdesivir and been what we're.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Truth, good point, but the worm said we won. As seen nationwide, community transmission about the truth of the COVID-19 virus creation is occurring locally. The county continues to make ongoing efforts to address the exposure of the pandemic. But hopefully without Wilma in the future. Nah, I'm just kidding, Wilma. I actually look forward to when you get to hear me. And I know you're not really going anywhere. But Wilma, since we've already established that you collect checks from the county, the state, and the CDC, can you tell me who's right about when the emergency will officially end? Is Gruesome right about February 28th? Or is Biden right about May 11th? Or are those of us with common sense right that ain't nothing going nowhere? But this item does admit, quote, although the emergencies will end, the county's key activities will remain in place to engage partners, local sectors, organizations, and other entities to respond and to work with local research partners for wastewater surveillance, end quote. Sounds like you supervisors all love surveilling crap. And your crap has cost over $1 billion debt dollars to the county. And Nick, thanks for reading that list of traitor names. And Nathan, you did the most damage you could do, shutting down businesses, stopping families from visiting each other, letting people die with malfeasant hospital protocols, making people escape California in mass exodus, and so many healthy people dying from the toxic COVID shot. And we all knew there was already a predetermined role for your lying butt, Nathan. Otherwise, you never would have stepped down as chair. But even without you, the circus will never end. Because you guys are a joke. This is what you get. No one can believe you anymore.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. This is just, this was us receiving an update, right, from the team. There's no motion necessary. But I did want to take a moment to really just acknowledge the great work that everyone did. And I also want to make sure that for those folks who are listening, right, all the families, the lost loved ones, all those families that really were hurt by the pandemic, I just want to acknowledge that and say that, you know, I'm glad that as a county, we believe in science. I am glad that as a county, we did everything that we could to make sure that people were able to stay safe and healthy. And there's a lot of misinformation that, you know, it's America. People feel the need to sometimes can say whatever they want. But I think it's important to emphasize that what we saw about what this county did under Chair Fletcher's leadership and Helen and the team was like no other. I mean, I've actually read the report that we did on the briefing, and I think it's a great opportunity to share with others how people come together and put everything aside to get things done, number one. I also think that while trying to save lives, we were at the same time shaking up a system that was not used to doing that and really breaking down barriers so that we could, from an equity lens, really make long-term institutional changes while we were saving lives. And so I think that's very, very important. And I think that the long-term impacts on our communities from the pandemic, but also the lessons learned from all of us, I think, are going to put us in a better situation, because we all know that when we were faced with COVID, the racial inequities and disproportionate impact that it had, particularly in communities of color, was real. And I am extremely grateful, because when, you know, I was before I became a supervisor, I remember calling Nick and saying, we need to do something different, and worked very closely with Chair Fletcher at the time when he was in that role to really think about what else could we do with our communities, and really bringing in all of the nonprofits, all the people on the ground who people didn't sleep. They worked 24 hours around the clock trying to get this done. And to see the communities like San Isidro get to, 99% vaccination rates, and for our communities to be safe and healthy, I don't care what people say, what you did was the right thing, and science works. And, you know, on behalf of the communities that were greatly impacted, I appreciate you, and I'm grateful for all of you and for having the sense to really think outside the box and how we make sure that we got those resources to our community. So thank you. Your hard work didn't go in vain. We appreciate you, and majority of Americans and San Diegans are with you. The other thing I will say is that, our public health department is going to continue to monitor the responses, and I think Dr. Wooten, I don't know if people just decided to not listen to what you were saying right now, but it's really clear in this presentation. I went back and actually asked Helen, I said, didn't I hear her just say that we're going to continue to monitor and that we're going to make sure that we're providing testing where available? What's happening here is we're accepting the report so that we know exactly what happened. And then, for those of you who were not sort of sometimes I think policy can be complicated for folks. So I'm just going to make it very clear so everybody understands. The governor, right, is ending the emergency response at the end of February. We're accepting it. We're also going to be ending the response. However, we're going to continue to monitor, so we make sure that COVID testing is available, the antigen test is available, our public health care is available. For those of you that didn't see it, there's like a little thing that you can use for testing and temporary lodging, all this information that was shared. So I want to make sure we don't continue to share misinformation with the public, because then folks go out there and just talk about things that are not real. And I want to make sure everybody understands that our public health department has continued to make this a priority so that everybody's healthy and safe. And with that, happy to accept the report. And again, thank you so much for everyone for all the hard work and for your commitment. Big hugs to everyone. Thank you. With that, we're going to now move over to the next item, which is item number 22. And that's the update on the County of San Diego's janitorial, landscaping, and security services compact. As we are getting our team to join us, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for being here. I just, so thank you. Before I turn it over to presentation, I wanted to make sure that I emphasize, first and foremost, I wanted to thank all of the workers that are here today and for all of their commitment to doing, they do so much for our county. And I just want to emphasize that it's really important for us to create a safe and healthy environment for all of our workers. And we have very clear expectations from our contractors to do the same. And, we've had some discussions that we continue to expect with all the different parties that are involved. And I think this is an item that was brought forward to us, by our contracted janitors who, actually were part of the group of folks who kept us safe during COVID and did so much for us. And so I just want to make sure that we emphasize that you all are essential to the work that the county does. And you are a priority to me and to the rest of this board. And so what we are doing today is we had requested our CEO to move forward with issuing the first janitorial service request for proposals under our new county contracting policy for the work here at the County Administrative Center, and to enter into negotiations, right, to really better understand what's happening with our janitorial, landscaping, and security contracts. And so before we do that, we wanted to make sure that we get an update from our team on this item, and then we can go ahead and proceed. So I'll turn it over.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Let me introduce Brandon Butler, who's going to kick it off, and then I think Jack is going to add, Jack Pellegrino, and then Marco Medfed. So we have General Services, Procurement, and our Office of Labor Standards and Enforcement. Brendan,
thank you, Helen. On October 28, 2022, the NMS janitorial contract was terminated by the County of San Diego, and the existing NOVA contract was amended to begin providing janitorial services at the County Administration Center. NOVA was required to retain NMS employees for 60 days under state law. On Friday, January 13, 2023, the San Diego County Board of Supervisors engaged the Office of Labor Standards and Enforcement to conduct a fair and impartial investigation regarding the contract of Nova Commercial Company Incorporated and allegations made by a complainant janitor of wrongful termination and retaliation for making a workplace safety complaint. The OLSC investigator interviewed a total of 10 individuals, including the complainant, a number of witnesses, and consulted with a county industrial hygienist. Based on the investigation, OLSC made findings generally consisting of that there was a failure to use hand, eye, and face protection when handling toxic chemicals at the CAC, that there was a lack of PPE training for the NOVA janitors. There was non-compliance with the safety data sheet manual requirements for the toxic chemicals that were used here at the CAC. There was non-compliance with the contract that requires green seal cleaning products to be used only. And there was retaliation and wrongful termination of the complainant janitor. On January 23rd, 2023, OLSC met with the CEO of NOVA, along with SEIU and USWW members and the complainant in person to deliver the findings of the investigation and inform the parties of the corrective action that would be required by NOVA from the county. I'm joined today by Director of Purchasing and Contracting, Jack Pellegrino, who will address the corrective actions agreed to by NOVA, along with contracts by year and their fiscal impacts, and Director of General Services, Marco Medved, who will speak to the operational impacts. I will first turn the presentation over to Director Jack Pellegrino.
Thank you, Brandon. At the conclusion of the review and draft report by the Office of Labor Standards and Enforcement, DGS and DPC immediately issued a notice and request for corrective actions to NOVA. NOVA quickly responded and engaged with all three departments to discuss the findings and recommendations and took actions to address all of the findings within the report. This is a list of the corrective actions that were included both in the notice as well as a few that were voluntarily offered by NOVA during our discussions. 6 immediate corrective actions agreed to are reemployment offers made to all terminated employees and staff that resigned during the transition period. Secondly, PPE documentation, ensuring that PPE documentation and PPE was provided to all staff working at the facility. Third, formalized and documented staff supervisor training for PPE use, cleaning standards, work injury protocols, hazardous chemicals, and improved communication channels. Materials compliance training, ensuring that the cleaning material data sheets were included in all the binders at the work location, including green products. Improved scheduling. Improved scheduling of staff posted schedules that are posted with the intent of consistent schedules with input from staff. And lastly, holiday pay. NOVA updated their policy to include pay for all county holidays for all employees. Next chart, please. This table lists the number of contracts in each of the 3 categories and their original contract expiration dates. The majority of the contracts were originally awarded for a base year and 4 one-year options. As you can see, the majority of the contracts are scheduled for resolicitation during the 23-24 timeframe. It is important to note that the majority of the previously awarded contracts were made using a request for bid process rather than a request for proposal process. RFPs typically take 7 months for planning, RFP release, evaluation, contract award, and transition. Next chart, please. This chart outlines our approach to implement Recommendation 2 in the board letter, which will initiate negotiations to implement B-74 requirements into all existing contracts. Upon your board's approval, DGS and DPC will engage with all contractors to incorporate these B-74 requirements at the earliest date that is contractually and operationally feasible. I will now pass the presentation to our DGS director.
Thanks, Jack. As stated, we'll first engage the incumbent contractors and then enter into negotiations to apply the new criteria. The incumbent contractors must have the capability and be agreeable to meet the terms. In order to amend the existing agreement, their price must also fall within a fair and reasonable range. Based on how many contract modifications are negotiable, we'll then develop an acquisition strategy to complete those coverage areas that remain. We'll be able to optimize contract renewals by balancing several factors. First being bundling of services, second, procurement timelines, third, industry's capacity to respond, and fourth, contract transition periods. Each RFP takes approximately 7 months, as Jack stated, to flow through a 5-step process. This is more resource intensive than the bid process, which is predominantly price dependent, but it will produce the enhanced benefits and protections that we're seeking via a best value system. We'll also package the work into more efficient numbers of contracts and overlap the RFPs to level out the surges in the procurement timelines, and this will align with the option renewal schedule. We need to be cognizant of the industry's ability to respond and to flow the RFPs in a steady stream to ensure the broadest possible response for competition. And finally, we need to ensure that we have smooth transitions between contractors and/or the contract terms, which is around a 2-month time frame. And we will report back to your board after initial negotiations with an acquisition strategy for those that remain, as well as establishment of the wage theft fund and implementation of the board policy B74 as previously directed. And this concludes our presentation, subject to your questions.
Thank you very much for that. Why don't we go ahead and have public comment, and then we're going to go ahead and have discussion.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have, just a moment, we have 26 requests to speak on this item, 20 in person, 6 requesting to speak by phone. Also note for the record that we received 60 comments, 5 in favor and 1 neutral. Any members of the public that requested to speak on item 22 by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. Also note for the record that 12 individuals registered their support but did not wish to address the board. With that, we'll begin with the in-person speakers. Those in favor of this item, as your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. I'll be calling you in groups of 5, so please listen for your name. I'd like to invite forward Timothy Ackerson, Avery Ware, Punya Elaste, Crystal Irving, and Christian Ramirez. If I've called your name, please come forward. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board, and I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record.
Hello, my name is Timothy Ackerson. I'm with the American Federation of Teachers. I decided to come forth today to support the janitors and workers who have bravely stepped forward and put their livelihood on the line, which is something that is extremely commendable. So I thank them for that, because in doing so, it's not just them who comes to benefit. It's the other workers in San Diego who have been mistreated and misrepresented. So to the brave workers sitting behind me and anybody who's listening, thank you very much. I'd also like to say that the American Federation of Teachers fully supports these workers' right to unionize, the right to fair, better wages. And I was so surprised when you were speaking earlier that the lack of PPE, which is something that is so sad, I'll just say sad, but I'm glad that it's being addressed, and I appreciate the board's support in doing so. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Avery Ware. I'm a county employee. I'm a social worker. I'm a member of Local 221. And we hear a lot from business and government leaders about structural racism, but it persists. In San Diego, since the Mexican-American War, the Mexican and Latin American populations have suffered dispossession, displacement, and discrimination. And it continues to persist in the form of a lower paid section of the workforce and mechanisms for keeping it lower paid. One of those is contract employment. Contract employees don't have to be paid less, but it seems to facilitate that. In 2004, I was laid off from my county job, which was contracted out. I was replaced by workers making less with less benefits. So I understand that contracting out for any county workers is a standing threat to county employees who have county jobs. In SEIU 221, we reject the attempt to divide county employees by contracting out some and saying that therefore we shouldn't stand together. We stand with all people in the county, regardless of their status, and we support the NOVA janitors, including if they must strike, especially if they must strike, and no matter how long that strike must take. But they shouldn't have to. And a first step to real justice would be to meet these workers' demands. Thank you for listening to me after a very long and grueling day.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to speak here. My name is Bunyak Bote, and I'm here to stand and speak out in solidarity with the lovely women and people previously or still contracted as janitors at the County Administration Center. This is a matter of workers' rights. I'm coming today with the American Federation of Teachers Union, Local 1931. As a fellow union backer and advocate, I would like to announce our support for the workers who have been severely mistreated and unjustly lied to by their contractor, NOVA. Not only were they put into situations of unsafe and unfair working conditions, their contractor, NOVA, violated actual previously laid out regulations regarding said conditions, as well as illegally punishing those who advocated for themselves and their peers. I truly look up to the women that spoke up and demanded their voices be heard and their coworkers and them be treated with something so expected as common decency and legal adherence. It is for shame that NOVA did not provide this already. However, everyday people like us are constantly taken advantage of in the workforce. I personally have been working minimum wage positions since I turned 15 years old. Every single employer that has overworked me or crossed my boundaries or gotten away with bending or breaking the law has stuck with me ever since. To me, these women are not only standing up for themselves, but also people across the board, like 15-year-old Bunya, whose rights are consistently violated in the workforce. The amount of time and dedication it takes to do the work that these women are doing is grand, and I appreciate the county chair and the board for investigating this contractor and hopefully holding NOVA accountable. A contractor that would allow for such unjust termination to begin with seems not so trustworthy to me. Regardless, the fight does not stop until the janitors contracted are able to form a union, and even then, not until they receive all the benefits and working conditions they deserve. It fully enrages me that situations like these even occur and the system of work that exists allows for injustice so easily, and I stand in solidarity with my fellow workers against this mistreatment and malpractice. I personally will not stop acting and speaking out.
Thank you. Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite 5 additional speakers: Genoveva Aguilar, Erin Grassi, Sofia Martinez, Luis Marquez, Maria Guzman.
Hello, Chairwoman Vargas and Vice Chair Lawson-Remer and Supervisors. My name is Crystal Irving, and I'm proud to serve as President of SEIU 221, where we represent over 13,000 workers here in this region. And I'm also proud to stand in solidarity to support the workers organizing for the recognition of their union, organizing for safety, fair wages, health care, and a voice on the job. I appreciate the investigation into NOVA by the County Office of Labor Standards and Enforcement and the actions taken by Chairwoman Vargas to support these workers. I have to say that when I heard about the situation that took place, I was furious, literally fuming, when I heard about the inhumane treatment of one of the organizing leaders by NOVA in their retaliatory efforts to further intimidate and silence workers advocating for their rights. No one should ever be treated like that, especially here in the County of San Diego. It's disgusting, and there's no place for contractors like that in our region. I also want to thank the workers for standing strong and fighting for the things they simply deserve. Janitors, landscapers, security officers deserve a union, and at SEIU Local 221, we will stand with these workers until they have the recognition of their union at every county facility and a voice on the job. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hola, mi nombre es María Guzmán.
Okay. Okay, hello, my name is María Guzmán.
Tengo casi 14 años como trabajadora de limpieza de este edificio del condado. Hago mi trabajo con mucha dedicación y sacrificio, sin embargo, lo que gano no me alcanza
Okay. Okay, so I've been working here for almost 14 years as a janitor in this building of the county, and I do my job with a lot of dedication, however, and a lot of sacrifice, but what I make is not enough.
Y sin embargo, mucha dedicación, mucho sacrificio, sin embargo, lo que hago no me alcanza para pagar mis cuentas. Estuve en busca de un segundo trabajo, afortunadamente. Fue demasiado para mí, quedando incapacitada de principios del año.
Okay, so basically, I've been doing it with a lot of sacrifice. What I make is not enough for me to pay for my debts. I had to look for a second job. Unfortunately, it was way too much for me, and I became disabled from the beginning of this year.
A igual que mis compañeros de trabajo, por años he aguantado malos tratos, injusticias, sin seguro médico.
And like the same as my coworkers, for years I've been putting up, with a lot of mistreatment, injustices, and not having any type of medical insurance.
Sin seguro médico, incluso enferma cuando presenté comprobantes médicos, así me despidieron.
And I got sick, and although I had proof, with medical records, they fired me anyway.
Ya estamos cansados de empleadores irresponsables que no respetan a los trabajadores.
Okay? And we're already tired of all these employers that do not respect us workers.
Si necesitamos irnos a huelga para obtener salarios y condiciones de trabajo justos, estamos preparados.
So if we need to go on strike in order to change our conditions and get a fair salary, we're ready to do so.
Estamos preparados. La fecha límite llegó y es tiempo que Nova se siente a negociar en la mesa al sindicato para ver qué solución nos van a dar.
Okay, so the deadline is already here. So we're ready to talk to Nova. We're ready to negotiate in order to, get into the union and see if the union will protect janitors like us.
Con el apoyo de los supervisores, esperemos que nos apoyen.
And that would be with the support from the supervisors. We do hope that you support us.
Sabemos que contamos con ustedes. Muchas gracias.
But we know that we can count on you. Thank you very much. Okay.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Chair Vargas and members of the board, and thank you so much for your patience and for your support. I want to first acknowledge that many of the workers who had signed up to speak unfortunately have to start their shift already and will not be able to speak publicly today.
Can you please state your name for the record?
I'm sorry, Cristian Ramirez with SEIU, United Service Workers West. And what I want to do today is acknowledge how quickly this county moved to address not only Sofia Martinez's case, but the other cases as well, and acknowledge the quick and swift resolution from the Office of Labor Standards and Enforcement. It was because of their willingness to take this issue seriously and act on it seriously that we are here today. And without a doubt, what happened here a few weeks ago was a historic strike of non-unionized workers, mostly immigrant women, who have been forced to endure just heinous conditions. And it was thanks to their courage that they got the wheels of government moving. And I think we are all going to look back to that historic day in which courageous women decided to say enough, stand up for their rights, and fight for a union. And today they walked into this building with bread and roses because they are fighting for something that women were fighting for over 100 years ago. But today, we know that this board is taking concrete actions to make sure that no longer in the County of San Diego, in any of its buildings, not just here at the CAC, but in every single building, that workers are providing security, doing landscaping, and janitorial work are treated with the dignity and respect that they deserve. These are the folks that kept working while all of us were working from home. And today, they're showing us a big lesson that no matter what job you do, no matter what language you may speak or what zip code you live, you deserve dignity and respect. And we thank you for that.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite 5 additional speakers: Catalina Camacho, Tammy Alvarado, Jose Lopez, Yolanda Meneses, and Gabriel Guzman.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. I'm Genoveva Aguilar. I'm the new Area Vice President for SEIU USWW and the San Diego Office Coordinator, fighting for justice all my life. On behalf of the 40,000 members represented by SEIU USWW statewide, thank you for prioritizing working families by presenting a resolution to this very important issue and standing alongside workers. But there's still a lot of work to be done to ensure that all the county workers are treated with respect and dignity they deserve. We will not stop. Please note on that. We will not stop, because you will mess with the wrong people. We will not stop until we get the labor peace agreement in all the county buildings, all the county buildings. As our fearless leader, Sophia, stated before striking, no amount of money is worth more than my healthy lung. And no amount, and this is a person who lost her mother-in-law, myself, and my older brother this month. Take a note of this. No amount of money is worth the overall health of any workers. Si se puede. Respeto y dignidad. Ahora. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, good afternoon again. My name is Erin Surumano-Grassi. I'm the Policy Director at Alliance San Diego. Alliance San Diego stands with the janitors who are fighting for a fair workplace, for fair wages, health insurance, and a pension. Nova abused and exploited these workers and then retaliated against them when they spoke out. The county should not reward this practice with another multi-million-dollar contract. County janitors are essential workers who deserve to be treated with respect and dignity, and who deserve to have a voice in the workplace and the opportunity to have a union. Thank you to the county and to the board for supporting the workers. We hope that you continue to do so. Thank you.
Next speaker, please. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite the remaining speakers in favor: Bridget Browning, Sarah Guzman, and Michelle Krug.
Good afternoon, board members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on agenda item number 22. My name is Tammy Alvarado. I am a member of ACE, the Alliance of Californians for Community Empowerment. I live in Chula Vista in San Diego County District 1, and I'm here today to support and stand in solidarity with the county janitors. These workers are brave and courageous. They took a stand against the abuse and exploitation they had been subjected to by the contractor Nova. Nova retaliated against the workers when they tried to address the poor working conditions they were forced to tolerate. Bad contractors like Nova should not be rewarded, nor do they deserve a multi-million taxpayer-funded contract. County janitors deserve to earn a fair and living wage. They deserve job security and safety. Additionally, they deserve an employer-paid medical insurance plan and a pension. We will continue to support and stand with the county janitors until they're able to form a union that will protect them by doing what's best for them in their workplace. It's always best to remember people over profit. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Jose Lopez. I'm the director for San Diego ACE. I live in District 1 in the city of Imperial Beach, and I'm here today in support of item 22. And to demand that Nova abide by the county's responsible contractor policy. I also want to thank everybody for the great work that you all have done the past few years. This is a government like we've never seen before, a county government that is ran by 2 badass women. So I'm very excited to be where we are today. And I want to thank you all for continuing to stand with workers, with immigrants. And also, I'm here to say that contractors like Nova who abuse and retaliate against workers should not have a county contract. If they fail to abide by this policy, their contract should be terminated. And our members at ACE will continue to stand with the janitors until they have a union. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Chair Vargas and Vice Chair Lawson-Remer and supervisors. My name is Michelle Krug. A point of personal privilege. First, I am the chair of the Persons with Disabilities Committee, the county committee. And I can just tell you that we have never had the emergency plan brought before us. So the previous speaker implied that we were in support. We're not support or not, but I just want you to know that we never opined on that. I'm here today to speak for the janitors. I really appreciate the work particularly Chair Vargas has done in terms of mediating the situation with NOVA, but I can't imagine that they have not blatantly crossed our labor standards. And I appreciate the vision that this board has brought to the Office of Labor Standards. Where are the punitive damages? Where are the reparations, the punishment that NOVA should have to face to be given to Sophia for the humiliation, for the potential PTSD that she may suffer in the future? It shouldn't go just that she gets her job back. So I really do appreciate the work, but honestly, it's not enough. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Bridget Browning, the Secretary-Treasurer of the San Diego Imperial County's Labor Council. On behalf of the thousands of workers that we're representing in San Diego County, we're here in support of the janitors. And I had these talking points ready to inspire you all, but you already heard them. But when I was coming in, I ran into a former member of Local 30, who's one of your janitors here, Alicia. And she said, Ben. And she's like, come here. And I was like, I gotta go testify. And she's like, no, I have to ask you a question. Tengo una pregunta, mija, me dijo. And she said, is it true we're gonna be protected by the union? And I said, yeah, we're gonna make it true. And she gave me this big abrazote, and she's like, tenemos que hablar más. Like, she had all these questions, and I'm gonna go down and talk to her. But these are real lives that you all have the ability to change. And it means so much, especially when you don't know if you're gonna have a job the next day, and you don't know how you're gonna pay your rent or buy your food. And these aren't just statistics or budget numbers. These are real people, and you all have in your power to change their lives. And I'm so excited about that. And that's why I joined the labor movement in the first place. And she really brought me home to why this fight is so important. I do want to thank you for your attention and the speed, Chair Vargas. It's really been amazing to watch. I know that bureaucracies don't move very fast typically. And we know you're going to hold NOVA accountable, and we know there's going to be a union for those workers. And I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for that.
Before I call the speakers in opposition, I'd like to do a final call for the speakers in favor. Luis Marquez, Sofia Martinez, Catalina Camacho, Yolanda Meneses, Gabriel Guzman, and Sarah Guzman. With that, I'll call the speakers in opposition, Audra and Mark.
You know, my name, I use the pronouns rock, paper, scissors, but I want to make it clear I'm not against them getting paid more. What I'm against is the fact that it takes a strike outside for you guys to make things right for people. And I wonder why NMS was terminated. Why was that contract terminated? Was it for something not bad? I mean, because if you're allowing NOVA to do this kind of stuff and you're terminating this other contract for who knows what, you should terminate the contract with NOVA. Otherwise, you're perpetuating the problem and making these people suffer because you're getting into contracts with people that you don't even know really anything about them. I mean, why would you do that? So, you know, the fact that You know, I think it's great that you're addressing it now, but I feel like part of that is because there was a strike outside, and it makes you guys look bad. I mean, because people will come in here in droves and try and get you to do stuff, and you don't do anything. In fact, you walk all over them. It's like people come in and say, I don't want that in my town. You're like, we don't really care. We're still going to do it anyway. So are you still going to keep Nova as contracted so these people have to worry about this happening again? Or are you going to make it right? Because if you terminated that other contract for something that is totally bullshit and you're not going to terminate this one and you're going to allow it to continue, then you're actually not helping the people. And it should just be an all-around thing. We shouldn't have to be like, we have to create this like entity to make sure that there is stuff that's right that's going on. But that's what you guys have to do so you can get more money. And why does it cost 3 full-time employees $400,000? Like, so there you go. Just, is it one of you guys getting paid that? Probably, right. Good. You better terminate that contract, or these people, and unions aren't even that great. They're not even helping people, so.
Thank you. We'll now hear from those that requested to speak by phone. When it is your turn to speak, you'll be unmuted and you will hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. And remind the callers they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. We'll start with our first caller.
My name is Barbara Pinto. I reside in the District of 1. I am a member of ACE, which stands for the Alignment of Californians for Community Empowerment. And we stand in solidarity with the janitors and the workers of the SEIU USWW. NOVA should abide by their contracted policy commitment and respect it. I attended multiple rallies last week with ACE members and other organizations standing up for these workers and their rights. And if they are not honored, we hope that we can depend on you to terminate their contract. NOVA's accountability should not be an exception. We will continue to support these county workers and the janitors and demand that they be treated with dignity and respect. My mother and father came here in the 40s. My father was in the Navy, which was segregated. My mother was a maid, but she never worked a job where she wasn't treated with dignity and respect. And we demand that you treat these people the same way. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
My name is Patty Medina. I am a member of ACE. I am in favor of item 22. NOVA contractors shouldn't be rewarded with a multi-million-dollar taxpayer pay contract after mistreating, abuse, and punish the county janitors. NOVA needs to recognize the workers' unions, restate workers terminated, their wages in lost time and compensated. Give workers respect and dignified working conditions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Patricia Mondragon. I'm a resident of District 4 and the Regional Policy Manager for Alliance San Diego. As an advocate, I come to this building a lot, and it is one of the cleanest public buildings I've been in. I worked for the state, so I've been in a lot. And I can tell you this one is spotless. The hard work of the janitors shows every single day. My grandma was an immigrant and a house cleaner. As a single mom, she rented a large home in Bankers Hill for her 3 minor sons on her cleaner's income alone in the 1970s. An impossibility today. Cleaners' income and working conditions are inhumane because of the exploitation of workers by employers like NOVA. I urge supervisors to support the janitors' demands for NOVA to recognize the workers' union, reinstate the illegally terminated workers, make their wages whole by compensating for lost time, and provide a competitive wage package and greater workplace protections and sick days. I want to underscore the make their wages whole. Michelle earlier mentioned reparations and punitive damages. That is a must, and I did not see it on the agreed upon terms. Janitors are not alone. We stand with them in their just fight to have a union and a voice at the workplace. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Truth, misinformation. Minister Nora had to rear her ugly head earlier. But Jose Lopez, those women, Sarah and Nora, are just butts that are bad. So shout out to Carlo with Circus Vargas. Political purple shirt professional beggars. 6 or 7, we all end up in dead heaven. They've been hurting so much for so long. They're able to attend these meetings every time there's an item to increase their pay. Excuses of retaliation, wrongful termination, and lack of safety equipment just don't sell. Especially when the item says only one person was found by the Office of Labor Standards and Enforcement to have been wrongly terminated. And the item uses socialist buzz phrases such as, quote, "The time to act is now. A paradigm shift in our country. A new path forward. And a new culture of labor," end quote. Black worker justice for all the Spanish-speaking janitors, landscapers, and security workers. There will be a new contract for 1 year, up to 4.5 years for the first janitorial services for the County Administration Center, Cedar Kettner parking structure, and Waterfront Park, costing $13.5 million at a minimum into next year. I understand inflation's high. People like to talk about the increased price of eggs because of the toxic chicken feed, but inflation's actually so bad that even the Soylent Green crackers at the store cost an arm and a leg. And speaking of janitorial services, Joel, I heard from an expert on bullcrap and toilets that if toilet paper identifies as money, then it is money. What do you think? I could trade you some toilet paper for your money tree, and then we can afford these increased wages. It's financial jujitsu, Tara.
You threw a party in Beijing, a toilet fair. Why are you obsessed with toilets? Well, I guess I'm obsessed.
Thank you. I'd like to invite forward Luis Marquez.
Muy buenas tardes, señores supervisores.
Good afternoon, supervisors.
Gracias por darnos el tiempo para hablar.
And thank you for allowing us the time for us to be able to speak.
Mi nombre es Luis Marquez. Ha trabajado por más de 15 años en la industria de la limpieza.
My name is Luis Marquez, and I've been working in the cleaning business for over 15 years.
Aquí en el condado llevo 4 años. Yo y mis compañeros tienen más de 15 años, algunos compañeros.
Okay, and I have been here over 5 years in this building, and my other coworkers too have been here more than that. Mm-hmm.
Hoy estoy aquí para decirles a la Junta de Supervisores que es el momento del cambio.
Okay, I am here today to let the County of Supervisors know that this is the time for change.
El tiempo que les concedimos para detener la huelga llegó a su límite.
The time that we gave to you in order to avoid a strike has come to its limit.
Y ya estamos listos si no tenemos una respuesta para irnos a huelga.
We are ready. However, if we don't have an answer, we're going on strike.
Ya no estaremos en silencio.
We're not going to be silent anymore.
Ya no seremos invisibles.
And we're not going to be invisible.
Y no podemos esperar más.
And we cannot wait any longer.
Necesitamos que nos traten con respeto y dignidad.
Okay? We need you to treat us with respect and dignity.
El momento de cambio es ahora.
And the time for change is now.
Y por eso, señores supervisores,
And this is why, supervisors,
por eso nos queremos que nos representen a los de la Unión, en otras palabras.
and this is why what we want is we want to be represented, in other words, we want to be represented by the union.
Muchas gracias por sus atenciones.
And thank you for your attention.
We'll now hear from our final caller.
My name is Minerva Garcia. Good afternoon. Like I said, my name is Minerva Garcia. I'm a member of ACE and a voice for my community. I live in District 1 in the city of Imperial Beach. I'm 100% in support of item 22. Our county workers deserve good livable wages, benefits, and 100% have the right to a union. They also deserve, like all humanity, to be treated with the highest level of respect and dignity. The abusive contractors, like companies like Novo, should not, and I would not have any involvement, contract business dealing with our county. If they do not value people, then why should they profit from us? This is unacceptable. They should lose the contract immediately and indefinitely if they fail to abide by this policy. It should not take great leaders like Ms. Nora Vargas to negotiate with companies to compromise when companies retaliate against the unification of its employees. I came today to remind our leaders to continue to fight for what's right and to value people over profit. We ask the board to pass policy 22, not just because it's the right thing to do, but also to send a message to future companies that will try to retaliate against forming unions, just as a way as we are as a community, standing against corrupt corporate landlords, unfair housing, and a multitude of other social injustices. Thank you very much for your time. And once again, I'm in support of this.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you so much, and thank you for everyone that's joining us today. Solo quiero aclarar y lo quiero comentar en español porque quiero que los trabajadores lo oigan directamente de mí. Hace 2 semanas no es cuando empezó esta discusión, ¿verdad? Tenemos más de, creo que, pues por lo menos desde que yo estoy aquí como supervisora, que son ya casi 2 años y medio, que hemos estado trabajando para ver cómo podemos hacer todo lo posible para que tengan, pues que en su trabajo tengan dignidad y que se les trate con respeto y que pues que puedan tener una unión y un contrato. Esas discusiones se han tenido y hemos creado políticas públicas nosotros como supervisores, pues para que los contratistas que están trabajando con el condado hagan las cosas bien y que las hagan basado en una política pública, creamos que es la política B74, en donde estamos muy claramente dictando lo que debe de suceder cuando tenemos un contratista con el condado de San Diego. Una vez que hace 2 semanas, ¿verdad?, que los trabajadores, los conserjes se fueron en huelga, yo vine y platiqué con ustedes y les dije que me dieran 2 semanas para poder resolver este caso. Y lo que hicimos fue hablar directamente por medio de la oficina de trabajadores, pues para más que nada para ver las demandas que tenían los trabajadores y que se pudieran presentar y trabajar con NOVA para que hubiera un cambio. Yo tengo entendido que todas las demandas de los trabajadores ya se han aceptado, que es muy importante, pero solamente la primera fase de todo esto. También hay han decidido lo que le llaman un Peace Labor Agreement, que van a aceptarlo, que lo aceptaron específicamente con esta departamento. Entonces, para mí es muy importante mencionar eso porque creo que es importante que sepan que hemos acelerado el proceso para que los trabajadores se les trate con dignidad y con respeto, que exista la retribución para ellos porque fue un impacto muy grande el que tenían y tengo entendido que todos los trabajadores ya se les ha vuelto a dar su trabajo. Entonces, lo que voy a hacer ahora, le voy a pedir a la CEO de NOVA que nos acompañe enfrente para poder hacerle unas preguntas directamente a ella. But I wanted to share, and I'll translate that for you, but I wanted to make sure that I made it very clear that the work that we've been doing, as a board, specifically around making sure that every one of our workers in this county, whether you're contracted or not, is treated with dignity and respect. It's not something that started 2 weeks ago. It's something that as a board we've been committed to. And, the first step was making sure that board policy B74 was introduced by my colleagues, and we've been very, very, adamant about making sure that any contractor that is part of the County of San Diego is meeting those guidelines, because for us, is it extremely important that everyone is treated with dignity and respect. As soon as the janitors came forth, the Office of Labor Standards is also a new office in the County of San Diego that I am very proud, and I appreciate Brandon for the work that we've done together to make sure that we accelerated the process so that we made sure that we got to the bottom of the things that were really impacting our janitors. And I also want to make sure that I emphasize that we were able to bring NOVA to the table so that they can have a discussion not only with our Office of Labor Standards, but with our janitors who were there present. And my understanding is that all of the demands of the janitors have been now accepted, right? Am I correct? I think you emphasized that, but I just want to make sure that you, can you repeat that again?
Well, I'll say this, Chairwoman Vargas, that the demands that were set forth of the employees being reinstated with back pay have been met, as well as all the corrective actions have been met. And understanding that kind of outside of our investigation, there's been a negotiation around a labor peace agreement. Yes. And I believe that the parties have been negotiating, and that is at completion, is my understanding.
Yes. Okay. I just want to make sure I make that very clear, because I want to make sure that not only the workers know that, but that community understands that this is a priority for us, and that we're going to continue to ensure that we hold everyone accountable. So, Ms. Sofia, I think if the CEO of NOVA is here, correct? If I can ask them to join us. Hello. Thank you. I don't know if you wanted to make any comments before I asked your question, or?
I don't know. I've never done anything like this before, so.
Okay. Well, welcome to the County of San Diego. Well, we love to treat our workers right. And I just wanted, of course, fantastic. So I just wanted to say I appreciate that you came to the table with our janitors and with their representatives in our Office of Labor Standards. I think it's really important to emphasize that for us, our workers being treated right and with respect and dignity is extremely, extremely important, and that we do have policies in place that really require anyone who is contracting with us to make sure that they meet those standards, because it's I think one of our strongest values as representatives. And so my understanding is that you have agreed to a peace labor agreement, right?
We've been going back and forth. They sent me the labor peace agreement on Thursday. We made some revisions that we sent yesterday. I haven't heard back from the union as to where they stand with some revisions that we've made, but we are definitely in discussion and negotiations. Okay, and you're open to negotiations? Yes, I'm okay. Open with the labor peace agreement.
All right. So anyway, I just wanted to thank you for that. And so I think it's important that we continue that discussion, and that I know that part of the board letter is because we want to make sure that we are following any legal. Can you just explain that a little bit? Not a little bit. Can you please explain, council, why the 60 days and not something sooner? Just I want to make sure it's on the record so that people understand why we couldn't move faster for the RFP.
So in this situation, we had to forward the appropriate timeframes for not only new contracts to be looked at, RFPs to be issued, but also part of the investigatory process. All that does take a little bit of time to afford everybody an appropriate opportunity to be heard, and facts to be determined, witnesses to be interviewed, and all of those actions subsequently to be taken. And then you have the RFP process, which requires a certain time of being out on the streets so that it can be appropriately bid on and evaluated.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you so much for being here today.
The only other thing I'd like to say is, other than the labor peace agreement, we have not heard any other demands as to what the employees are looking for. That's all I know.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for being here. And so with that, I would like to make a motion so that the 3 recommendations on this board letter can move forward, and we can make sure that all of our janitors and landscapers and everyone who is contracted out is protected and treated with dignity and respect here on the County Board of Supervisors. Second. Thank you. Now, to my colleagues for comments. Vice Chair.
Yeah, thank you so much. First, I just really want to start by thanking our janitors, our landscapers, our essential workers for your bravery and your work in coming forward and demanding justice. And I'm really proud to stand with you in solidarity, and I'm really proud to be part of a board that's standing with you in solidarity and, you know, not on our watch. So just really happy we can be at the beginning of turning over a new leaf at this county. And I think it's just so important to continue to move forward this work. I'm very happy that we have a path forward. I appreciate Chair Vargas's work in trying to figure out how we can move forward as quickly as possible in implementing our new board policy by quickly looking to amend all of these existing contracts, and then, you know, if we're not able to amend them, looking to put them out for a new bid as soon as possible when those options come up, and not just waiting and waiting. And there will be no more waiting. We are not waiting. So thank you for that. And also, I want to thank Brandon and your Office of Labor Standards Enforcement. I think there was a real vision that came from the community in standing up this office. So it had been a long-standing demand of the community of San Diego, and it was one of the first things that this board did. And you have risen to the challenge. I think this was one of the first real tests of, you know, what can this office do and what can it serve in advancing justice and protecting workers' rights in our community. I appreciate the work you've done in rising to this challenge, and really looking forward to everything else that we're working on in the Office of Labor Standards, because there's so much more that I know we can do together. So thank you for that as well. You know, there's it's so often that people, the people without a voice, you know, get pushed aside and are forced to live in uncertainty and fear. And, you know, thank you for coming forward. And you know, I'm very happy that we can move forward with a new policy framework and the implementation of that new policy framework to protect everyone who works for the county, including our contracted workers. So thanks so much. And thank you, Chair Vargas, for this today.
Thank you. Supervisor Fletcher.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Vargas. I appreciate tremendously your work and engagement and leadership on this issue. When I first got to the county, I said, we're going to be a county that respects our workers. And it was an aspirational statement at the time that we would go further and different than we had in the past in respecting our workers, respecting their right to collectively bargain, to unionize, and ensure we put in place policies designed to protect them. And it was certainly the intent, but it was a little bit aspirational. And then as we continue to get more support behind this vision, we began taking actions. I remember when we brought forward the item to create the Office of Labor Standards and Enforcement, folks said, what in the world would an office like this do? And now we know. Now we know what it'll do. It will investigate a worker who's been mistreated, look at the facts surrounding that case, look at the legality of the issues, gather all the evidence, and then if the worker was wrong, help correct it. And in this case, people got their job back, and they got back pay. That's what it was designed to do. And this is certainly not the first instance your office has been involved in. I know you've been involved in many, but it is very good to see the intent of that being fulfilled and having a meaningful difference in people's lives. When we brought forward a policy around changing our contracting posture as it relates to janitorial, landscaping, and security, again, it was something that had to be put in place as we worked through the contracting process and the procurement process, but it had the goal of helping us not be in a situation like this in the future. And again, we are going to see that policy be realized as we move into the future. We're going to be a place that respects our workers, that takes care of them appropriately, and does it in a responsible way. And so I think we're certainly on the path to doing that. For our janitors, we've walked with you, we've stood with you, we've marched with you. We will continue all of those efforts to make sure that the basic dignity that you expect is fulfilled. You have a job that doesn't go unseen by us. The job in general of janitorial often goes unseen by a lot of folks, but it does not by us and it does not by this board. And so we're committed to continuing to make sure we fulfill the aspirational commitments that have been put in place in policy and now need to be realized in practice. And so we will continue that work to make sure we do that. Thank you.
Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Chair Vargas. Appreciate it. I agree. No employer should be taking advantage of their employees. And I'm glad to see that Nova was here, had a representative here as well. CEO, is that right? Yeah. Thanks for coming and standing up. And I'm glad to see that they stepped in and corrected many of the personnel issues I see in the board letter. They agreed to the corrective actions, a reinstatement of back pay, to pay all janitors on the county holidays and janitors during the strike. And I agree that, you know, the janitors are an integral part of our county and our work here, and it is one of the cleanest buildings. Every time the floor shines every time we walk in. But I have concerns about potential costs of moving forward after or beyond the CAC here. You know, we're in mid-contract, and you know, we're seeing increasing costs already. And this isn't my expertise, but I think doesn't any employee body have a right to already unionize? They don't need our permission, do they? So I think they already have that opportunity, and you know, highly, if that's what they want, that'd be great. But what concerns me is how much money this is going to cost in the out years. Right now, for the Nova and here at the CAC, it's $500,000 a fiscal year. But if we go and revise all these other contracts, it's going to be $13.5 million every year for the increase in costs for years 2023 to 2024. And yes, our people deserve good wages. But we also, I've got, you know, people in the unincorporated area who are asking me for parks and road improvements. And I'm telling them we don't have the funding for it. But I see 13 million, you know, all of a sudden going out the door every year. And we also need here at the county mental health workers, social workers, psychiatric workers, pension workers, everybody, including the janitorial service. And I'm all for doing all we can, but we got to consider kind of the bigger picture of the county as well. I'm concerned about small businesses, particularly in security, landscaping, and the janitors in the unincorporated areas. A lot of those are much smaller contracts than we have here at the CAC and maybe at the COC. And maybe some of those small businesses aren't going to be able to provide the hourly wage, health and benefits, paid sick days, leave days. I mean, all of those are great things, and I'd like to see every company aspire to that for their workforce, but smaller mom and pop companies may not be able to compete. And this is all going to have to go to larger companies or larger entities that have that infrastructure in place. So going forward, I guess, Helen, I got a question. So going forward with each of these contract changes, does this letter give you the authorization to just go ahead and make those changes, or do they all have to come back here?
Well, first of all, the letter gives us authorization to go out and speak to each contractor to see if they want to adopt the new structure that the board put in place in December. If they don't, it gives us the authorization to go ahead and go out and issue an RFP. Depending on the value of that, Jack, some of these would have to come back to the board. But let me have you answer that specific, because I don't know what the threshold is.
The threshold is $1 million per RFP. We were hoping in this RFP, though, this approval would allow us to do all of the suite of services for those RFPs if we find we need to go out.
Well, and I haven't heard from any of the other entities, particularly in North County, that anybody's being mistreated or they're not getting the PPE or they're not getting the training. I haven't heard from that. You know, and I don't know, Supervisor Vargas, I've asked before if we could bifurcate an item, because I'm fine with dealing with the here at the CAC with Nova, with janitorial service here at Nova, but I don't think we should just rush into and change every contract once it comes due. With the costs that we have, and another cost that we were already briefed on today is the pension cost. That's a $108 million increase from the previous year. And it's going to go up to almost $800 million in 2025 from $700 million now. So I'm just trying to, I wish we had unlimited resources, but we don't. And I think as far as managing those dollars, I think we should go ahead with the CAC contracts here, but hold off on going on the other ones. The other entities can unionize if they want, anytime. And we're not holding them back on doing that in any way. So I don't know if you'd be willing to bifurcate 1 and 2. I'd appreciate that, Chair Vargas. I support 1, but I'm not going to be supporting 2. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Desmond. And I think that as a former Delta pilot with a union, you support, right? I mean, you understand the power and the importance of unions, and so I would. I think, unfortunately, I don't feel like we should bifurcate it, because if we do, I think we're losing the spirit of what this is, which is really going back and supporting the initiative, the board letter that we introduced last year, number 1. And number 2, I think we're in a space right now where we really do need to do an assessment of all of our contracts so that we can ensure that we're headed in the right direction, and that the spirit of who we are as a board, which is wanting to ensure that every worker is treated with dignity and respect, is really important to me. So with that,
since you called me out in my previous career, I just want to say I'm just saying that we all should have access to a union. I was in a union, but I realized the company nor the airplane had unlimited resources. And I think it's just a management of resources. It's not a good or bad.
But unions have fought for people to have the ability to have good jobs, good paying jobs, healthcare. As we can see, these folks don't have unions, and as a result, they don't have access to good healthcare or any of that. We've had to step in to correct some really horrible wrongs. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and ask for a vote.
Chair Vargas, that motion passes with Supervisor Desmond voting no, all other supervisors being present and voting aye.
Thank you. The next item is, at each meeting, I'm going to ask everyone to provide a brief update, report on progress, or share any pertinent information during this time. Does anyone have updates on their committees? Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, just a quick update on San Diego Community Power. So I don't know if everyone heard, but there's just obviously been a lot of challenges with rising energy costs, and San Diego Community Power continues to charge less than the competitor in the region. So I think it's great that we joined and we had an opportunity to give our residents access to lower cost energy. So I'm really proud of that work. I think that's really good. And we're going to kind of continue to move forward on our climate objectives, and going to be having a strategic planning retreat in April. So if anyone has any thoughts that they want me to take to that, please let me know. Thanks.
Real quickly, and thank you for putting me back on LAFCO again, and myself and Supervisor Anderson. We're going to have a very busy year. We've got already kind of a contentious item between the hospital districts up in North County, between Tri-City Hospital and Palomar Hospital. We're working through that. And then right after that, we have the detachment issue of potentially Rainbow and Fallbrook Public Utility Group detaching from the Water Authority. So it's going to be some heavy lifting this year on LAFCO. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? All right. With that, this concludes the business before the board today, but I'm going to go ahead and we have 2 adjournments in memory. The first adjournment will be presented by Supervisor Fletcher in memory of Deanna Spin.
Today we adjourned the Board of Supervisors meeting today on February 7th in honor of Deanna Spain. For most members of the San Diego public, you may not be familiar with the name Deanna Spain. For anyone who has served in a public role, you, without question, not only are familiar, but had the utmost respect for Deanna and for everything that she contributed to the San Diego region and the state of California for more than the past 3 decades. She most recently served as policy director for Senate President Pro Tem Tony Atkins, having served with Senator Atkins for more than a decade. And I noticed in some comments Senator Atkins made, she really summed up Deanna a lot. She said you could ask her any question about any policy issue, and she would not only know the answer to the question, she would know the entire encyclopedic history of that issue, who had done what and when and what went awry. She also could tell you how it actually ought to be solved, and then would lay out for you the steps that you ought to take in order to be able to actually do it. An amazing resource of an incredible intellect combined with a kind demeanor and tremendous values that left such a lasting impact on our region and on so many of us who were fortunate to know her. Prior to serving with Senator Atkins, she served for Senator and Assemblymember Chris Kehoe, a true pioneer and leader, much like Senator Atkins. Before that, she worked on San Diego City Council and for San Diego mayors. She was involved in so many issues. No matter what question you were working on, she would be the one you would call to tell you the pitfalls and the landmines and maybe why you thought was a new, brilliant idea. It wasn't new or brilliant, but would do it in an incredibly kind way. She was so foundational to the efforts around the San Diego River Conservancy. And when we came forward as a board to look at how we could provide ongoing sustained funding, she was vital to what we did there. When I got appointed to the California Air Resources Board, she was vital to what we did there. Time and again, she helped so many folks, both in her official role of who she was working for, but in the broader role of a commitment to progressive issues in San Diego County. She also was very invested in the community of Tierra Santa, where she lived from the early 1970s. She launched the Tierra Times, a free community newspaper with 3 fans that ran from 1977 until just last year, and really provided a great service there. Deanna Spain's legacy will live on in California. The impact she had will continue to be felt, and I think she will continue to be an inspiration and role model for so many. And so we adjourn our Board of Supervisors meeting today in her honor, sending our deepest sympathies to her husband, Richard, her daughter, Michaela, her 2 granddaughters, her entire family, and the family of folks who depended on her wise advice and counsel for so long. She will be tremendously missed, but had an incredible impact. Thank you.
Thank you. The next adjournment is in memory of Mr. Samuel Montes by myself. Samuel Montes was born on June 19, 1951 to Jose and Concepcion Montes in Oceanside, California. He was one of their 8 children. He is survived by his wife, Gloria Montes, and his son, Timothy and Matthew Montes. Though his loss is felt amongst his family and community, Samuel's legacy of love and education continues to be a cornerstone of the lives he impacted in his 71 years of life and 50-plus years as an educator. Samuel's career started as a Spanish teacher at Roosevelt Junior High, and he continued to serve his community as an assistant principal and principal in both the San Diego Unified School District and Sweetwater High School District. Throughout his career, he was remembered for his kindness to his students and colleagues at every school where he worked, especially known for calling each of his students mijo or mija, which in the Mexican-American community is a term of respect and endearment. Samuel's smile and laughter were inspired by his faith, and it is that joy that his neighborhood will continue to hold on and spread. There was not a neighbor, dog walker, or kid playing in the street that didn't stop and say hi to Sam, Sammy, or Mr. Sam, or Mr. Montes, and have conversations with him on his driveway. His joy was infectious, and he will be greatly missed in the Chula Vista community where he made his home. His nieces and nephews grew up with his stories of how Tío Sam would cruise around in his school car, sneak out to play baseball with his brothers and friends in between church services, and how he fell in love and married his sweetheart, Gloria. His marriage of 50 years inspires a legacy of love and family, and Samuel was the first in his family to marry, to have children, and buy a home. His legacy continues in his son's Timothy's smile and laugh, and his son's Matthew's embrace and heart. Thank you. With that, we're going to continue the closed session tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning, and today's session is adjourned. Oh, I'm sorry. Never mind. We have public comment.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 16 remaining requests to speak on matters not listed on the agenda, 8 in person and 8 by phone. For those that requested to speak by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. I'm going to go ahead and call all of the individuals. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. I'd like to invite forward Kathleen Melanakis, Angelica Fonte, Nathan Woolman, Mark, Audra, Reginald Carroll, Catherine Rhodes, and Consuelo. I've called your name. Please come forward. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board, and I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record.
Wonderful, Catherine Rhodes, and a story about Deanna Span when she was working with Christine Kehoe. One day, you know, the children's pool, it was almost going to have to be dredged. And I went to her and I said, what do you need? And she said, give me get the mayor and the city council to ask for this change in the law, and I'll do it. So I went straight to city council, went to a non-agenda comment, said that, and within 1 week, we got the law changed, and that was because of her. And so this is for Supervisor Fletcher. Again, I'm going to ask you, please be our mayor, please. And here's more information that I have, mainly for the homeless problem, of course. The mayor makes $250,000, more than a county supervisor and more than a state senator. You'll get a pay raise. Let's see. It's so much more fun just to be the mayor. The strong mayor, you literally get to do anything you want to do. You could travel to Washington, Sacramento anytime. You don't have a calendar. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to show up to SANDAG meetings. You don't have to show up to MTS meetings if you happen to not want to show up. Like you don't show up to city council meetings either. And so, let's see. You get to be on SANDAG, MTS, the airport board. You won't have to go to Sacramento all of the time. You could stay home in San Diego. And then I was going to stay later because I want to talk to my supervisor, Tara Lawson-Reamer. I'm just going to stay here because what I want to do is I want to get help for Amy Zamudio and her hotel rooms, for the FEMA hotel rooms. Right now we only have a couple of weeks left in order to get our claim into FEMA, in order for her to get reimbursed probably at least $100,000 for all those hotel rooms for all the people. Please help us. I'm just going to stay here until after the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Nate Wallman, and I'm Vice President of SAIU Local 221. First, I just want to acknowledge it's been a big day. I hate to pile on, but this is the work that we do, and we recognize that we're talking about here is a work in progress. So first, I'd like to thank you all for your advocacy and your efforts to improve access and enrollment in San Diego County's public assistance programs. It's important because although unemployment levels continue to decrease, caseloads and the community's need for public assistance continue to increase. Furthermore, we stand right now on the precipice of an event where 2 to 3 million in California stand to lose their Medi-Cal through the ending of the pandemic health emergency, and we play a part in that. Now, in your wisdom, you began the work to improve delivery of these services nearly 2 years ago with now Vice Chair Lawson-Reamer's board letter to improve access and enrollment to these programs. As of today, however, the front lines have not seen the progress required to ensure that we can keep up with our current casework. And this as we are bracing ourselves for the coming return of hundreds of thousands of Medi-Cal renewals being added to our workload. I've recently learned that the county was required by the state to submit a plan for this transition, and I can't help but feel that labor's input in that process could have been helpful. And we continue to want to be part of the solution. We also look forward to learning about the caseload management practices of other counties that have lower denial rates. The Social Service Advisory Board meeting data was presented that shows that denials for failure to provide continue to increase in percentage and number. So we believe this is partly at least the result of how San Diego lumps all eligibility work into one classification and does not consider expertise. So I think we can do better. I think if we get to work, we can really make some improvements. Please accept this petition and the testimonials of workers from the front lines to help you understand the issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Reginald Carroll. I'm in District 4. One of the problems, this is primarily to the county council because this has not yet come before the planning group, but it has to do with the Ryan White Planning Council's bylaws. That bylaws, the 45 people in there, and the bylaws is 32 pages. The now planning group, which was formed in 2015, literally has a 44-member, yet a 9-page bylaws. What was deleted from the bylaws is, in fact, the problem. For instance, there was a conflict of interest clause in the original bylaws that stated that you cannot accept a position in which you could not perform all the duties. And it also literally stated that if you sit there and do, you're assumed to have resigned from the previous condition. Well, we literally had one case where 2 members literally had 3 positions on the steering committee. And literally because the original, there are 8 members normally, and the bylaws was 5, the recipient sat there and said that because those people had so many positions, the quorum would be reduced to 3. That is not the purpose of when you sit there and have an executive committee. That language needs to be restored back to in the bylaws the way it was. There are lots of things that were deleted in those 32, I guess 24 pages that were deleted that need to be put back in there. You cannot leave it up to the HPG. For instance, it also had in there that 3 meetings in a row or 4 meetings in a 12-month period was considered a resignation. That language was moved. One guy literally has for 2 years now, I don't think there should have been about 30 meetings. He literally has attended less than 12. It was literally last month when I sat there and told him that I'm tired of hearing about this person's not sitting and attending. He should have been removed years ago. And they literally sat there and said, originally it said they said the person was too soon to be resigned, but now they literally said they said it's not in the bylaws, so they really have to vote on it. They forced the HPG last month to finally put a vote, place it to the vote, and the guy who was removed. There are lots of things that should have been automatic that were in the original bylaws that need to be removed.
Thank you. Time's up. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
You know my name, I use the pronouns red, white, and blue. Just wondering if you guys know what a lesser magistrate is. Would that be you guys? And who would be the greater magistrate? The people, right? Right. But yet, you sit up here on your dais, like you guys did talk about, and you've acted like you're the greater magistrate. And you call us out and say, you know, you guys are full of misinformation. Like, I don't go make stuff, we don't just make stuff up to come in and tell you guys just for fun. We actually care about human beings and want the best for them, just like you claim. But you guys brush us off and act and like apologize to the county half the time. Sorry, you guys have to listen to that. Well, I'm sorry they have to listen to you guys. And that you don't actually care to look into things that we even bring up. I mean, like people dying from the vaccine. God forbid you look at that, right? Why wouldn't you? You just want to brush it off as like we're crazy and that everybody needs to get vaccinated or everybody needs to go along with your agenda. And if we don't, you beat people out in the hallway. And you don't even acknowledge that. I'm wondering when my complaint with the board will be addressed, because it only took a day for the labor to be addressed. We're on 3 months since I've been assaulted here. And like I've sustained injuries, but right, who cares? Who cares? Who cares about that? You guys claim to care about people and you speak all these words that you know, virtue signal out to us. But it's sad because you actually don't care. And at some point, you guys are going to have to face the music.
Thank you. Final call for Kathleen Melanakis, Angelica Fonte, and Mark. Not seeing any movement in the chamber. We'll now hear from those that requested to speak by phone. When it is your turn to speak, you'll be unmuted and you'll hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I'd remind the callers they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. We'll start with our first caller.
Consuelo. Yeah, no shit. Bureaucracies don't move very fast, and yet we've settled and have become complacent. We've failed to acknowledge the consistency of government's behavior. Nora Vargas ain't going to help you. Sí son imbéciles si creen en el gobierno. Their plan backfired, and they know it. They somehow managed to demonize cough, sniffles, and having symptoms at all, but normalized stroke, blood clots, neurological disorders, and died suddenly. Never again should anybody have to be amazed at how Jim Jones got his followers to drink the Kool-Aid. The lies can be loud, while the truth is silent. They have silenced us and labeled us crazy conspiracy theorists at that. Remember that. If you're not even willing to entertain the possibility that you have been fooled, then you are the easiest kind of person to fool. Government sells lies, fear, and false security. Government is only in the business of control. That's it. As I mentioned before, look up the definition of government. Govern, to control, meant, mental, mind control. Let's see. So instead of saying I trusted the science and experts, how about just being honest and saying I don't have the cognitive capacity to actually think critically or research for myself. And so I default to believing whatever my TV and most people believe so that I never have to feel as dumb and gullible as I actually am. Get rid of your cable. You're being programmed. Come on, humanity, wake up. Stop putting your faith in government. Go within.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Barbara Gordon. I wanted to share with you that February is American Heart Month, a time when people can focus on their cardiovascular health. We all need to take our heart health seriously. We know the research regarding smoking tobacco is a major cause of heart disease and stroke. But did you also know that smoking marijuana is associated with the same problems? According to Matthew Springer, a cardiovascular researcher and associate professor of medicine at UC San Francisco, said, smoke is smoke. Both tobacco and marijuana smoke impaired blood vessel function. He goes on to say people should avoid both, and governments who are protecting people against secondhand smoke exposure should include marijuana in those rules. Despite public awareness that tobacco smoke is harmful, many people still assume that marijuana secondhand smoke is benign. Debates about whether smoke-free laws should include marijuana are becoming increasingly widespread as the marijuana industry grows. To reduce the prevalence of all smoking, evidence suggests reducing the number of tobacco retailers and marijuana outlets in the county, especially near youth-sensitive areas. I urge this board to take the lead on this. Your actions will increase community buy-in and public support, which is essential for reducing smoking prevalence among our young adults. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Good evening, Chair Vargas and Supervisors. My name is Becky Rath. I'm a parent, youth mentor, and planning group attendee. Homelessness is and should be a top priority for our county. Providing housing for the most vulnerable is crucial, and I recognize and appreciate all your efforts in doing so. As you move forward, I ask you to take a deeper look at the very root causes of homelessness and how the county can better prevent it from occurring. One of the leading causes of homelessness is addiction, leading to a mental health crisis, leading to living on the street. This cycle is unfortunately plaguing our county. Providing housing and other necessary services is crucial without losing sight of the underlying root cause. Last week, I had the opportunity to attend a forum at which 5 young men from New Life House, a sober living facility, voiced their experience with homelessness and how they ended up on the streets after several years of drug use. Sadly, each young man stated that they started their drug addiction in their early teens while using marijuana. The normalization and commercialization of marijuana started their path to drug addiction, leading to other drugs such as meth and cocaine. 2 of the 5 young men were poisoned by fentanyl, but luckily lived to share their experience. Sadly, many don't have this opportunity. These young men saved their own lives by getting the help they needed and are now educating other young people of the harms of marijuana drug use. It would be wise to counsel with those who understand the root causes, understand the realities of living in a community with marijuana storefronts advertising mailed directly to their homes, as well as billboards, beautifully depicting the misconception that marijuana is safe. This is the message our young people are hearing and seeing. And it's crucial we work with those who are striving to educate young people and not work with them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll now hear from the next caller.
Kevin Stevenson. Quick Google search. Government. The governing body of a nation, state, or community. There, I just debunked Consuelo's whole notion of government being for the sake of control right there. Definition does not say anything about control, does not say anything about mental. Nope. So, got that out of the way. Okay. And then, oh boy, I identify as annoying, obnoxious, and stupid. This pronouns thing that the Republicans have been doing for years now is so totally original. I don't know how pronouns became like the scariest thing on the face of the earth next to COVID vaccines for them, but yeah, there you go. On that note, I just wanted to warn people that the anti-trans panic is real, that the Awakened Church is sicking their minions out to the Oceanside School Board this evening and the Santee City Council tomorrow. They're in favor of book bans, which is absurd, and they essentially want Santee to terminate their contract with the YMCA simply because they're following state law and not being outwardly prejudiced against trans people, because they fell for this completely concocted narrative by KUSI that, oh, some man was in the girls' locker room and made some teenage girl uncomfortable, which was debunked, but right-wingers don't really seem to care about that. So just wanted to remind people that hate is real, hate is still out there, and stand up. Don't let them win. Don't take it. But of course, do it peacefully.
We'll now hear from the next caller.
Peggy Walker. Supervisors, you passed a meager 2% back county marijuana tax at your last meeting, the lowest rate in the county. If that was to appease those who complain business costs are too high, you missed the point. According to an expert economist, in reality, it's not taxes that put an economic squeeze on marijuana, but a California marijuana glut that is driving prices down and will continue. That's according to USC School of Public Policy professor and economist Dr. Rosalie Pakula. She studies the industry closely. Other sources say that indeed California's marijuana glut has pushed the cost value of a single joint to a lowly 10 cents. Marijuana to $100 a pound, a very low price. Cannabis isn't just another agricultural product, Pakula stated in a January report. No other agricultural product generates ER visits, accidents, or psychosis. And taxes are meant to provide resources to address legitimate public health concerns, as the economist said. With a 2% tax rate, however, Back County residents who never asked for marijuana businesses can have little expectation that will happen. Superintendent Desmond was right. Higher taxes on addictive products like marijuana, alcohol, and tobacco are standard and are meant to promote responsible, moderate use. New York taxes luxury cigars. San Francisco put an 8% sales tax on sugary beverages, all meant to protect public health. And that, public health, not profit, should always be the goal.
Thank you. I'll now hear from my final caller.
Thank you, Ann Riddle. Board of Supervisors, good evening. I wanted to share with you some news that had gotten national attention and international attention. The lawsuit pending in the District of Columbia, where a D.C. retiree has filed a suit against her neighbor whose secondhand marijuana smoke is affecting her good health. As she says, she can no longer live comfortably or safely in her home, and it is difficult for her to breathe, sleep, and live. While this seemed to have caught the attention of media, this is not a problem in California, where California has deemed secondhand marijuana and tobacco smoke a nuisance. And as a nuisance, it must be mitigated by the management of any multi-unit housing complex where someone lives. If you're doing your research on this subject, you will probably come across the Public Health Law Center's treatise, There's No Constitutional Right to Smoke or Vape. And they lay out carefully how marijuana smoke and tobacco smoke and vape affects the health of people everywhere, but particularly those who live in close quarters with each other. I was very impressed with their list of academic resources supporting their treatise of the no constitutional right to smoke or vape. And I would suggest, if you have a chance to take a look at it, it's called 50 Years of Progress. And it even lists the economic cost to all of us at somewhere between $130 billion to $180 billion each year due to premature death. I kind of bristle at quantifying this type of damage when the real damage is to the people that we love.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes our request for non-agenda public communication.
Thank you so much. Thank you for everyone who came and spoke today. We are going to adjourn, and we're going to have closed session tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning, and I hope you have a wonderful evening.
Board will reconvene tomorrow for the planning and land use session of this meeting, February 8th, 2023 at 9 a.m.
Number 2.